afternoon and good evening, everyone, wherever you are joining us. This is actually the housekeeping part, so I think I'll just begin and then you can start the live when I get to it. You've done a number of housekeeping details, so just again, for all participants, please ensure your microphone is muted before you join. And I'm hearing it's important for the speakers. Every speaker right now, there is a microphone that is not muted. So could all participants please mute their microphones? Also, when you have joined the platform, please ensure that you've entered your country name and title of the participant in the first name field and your field in the last name and field. Okay. And details regarding interpretation can be found in the indicative guide to participants. Statements made in any of the 6 official languages of the United Nations will be interpreted into other official languages. Speakers, please, you're requested to deliver statements at a moderate pace to allow interpreters to do the best job possible. And finally, it is strongly recommended to provide statements in advance, facilitate the interpretation, and to mitigate possible connectivity problems associated with the virtual setting. We have sent the emails and you'll know where to send them. So thank you, everyone. And the formal event will begin in just a few moments. And once I get the signal, please, colleagues, give me the signal and I will go live.
You're good, go ahead.
Distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellency, Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Your Excellency, Mr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Your Excellency, Mr. António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished representatives of intergovernmental organizations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to call to order the high-level event on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, convened by the Prime Minister of Canada, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the Secretary General of the United Nations. My name is Melissa Fleming. I'm the Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all. Today, we come together as a global community to discuss concrete financing solutions to the COVID-19 health and development emergencies for everyone. We look forward to a very successful and productive event. Now, we shall hear the opening remarks by the conveners of the high-level event. And I have the honor to invite His Excellency Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, to deliver welcoming remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Hello everyone, bienvenue. Merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. Thank you all for joining us. And thank you to my co-hosts, Secretary General Guterres and Prime Minister Holness. We have organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD, the private sector, and over 50 countries represented here today. We wanted to bring this diverse group together because to address the current crisis, we need to think outside the box. I don't need to tell you that over the past few months, far too many people have died and far too many communities have been shattered because of the global pandemic. COVID-19 is a health crisis.
No, I don't know.
It prompted an economic and social crisis as well. And that's why we're here at the United Nations. This is truly a global challenge with many dimensions. As Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados has so eloquently put it, this virus transcends borders, threatening lives and livelihoods everywhere. On est tous touchés par la pandémie. Certains sont plus durement que d'autres. La pandémie met à l'épreuve notre résilience sociale, économique et politique. Et les gens les plus vulnérables de notre société, notamment les personnes âgées, les réfugiés, les propriétaires de petites entreprises et les jeunes, en subissent les pires conséquences. L'ampleur de ces chocs économiques et sociaux pourrait plonger des dizaines de millions de gens dans l'extrême pauvreté et menacer les gains durement acquis en matière de développement dans de nombreux pays. La situation risque d'être particulièrement catastrophique pour les femmes et les filles qui vivent dans des pays fragiles et touchés par les conflits, ce qui risque d'intensifier les difficultés qu'elles vont rencontrer quand arrivera le stade de la relance. On ne peut pas laisser ça se produire. This pandemic is a stark reminder of just how interconnected our world has become. To keep our citizens safe and healthy, we must defeat COVID-19 wherever it is found. And for the global economy to recover and for our domestic economies to bounce back, we need a global, coordinated plan. Our citizens need to have confidence in international institutions that leave no one behind and are capable of overcoming global challenges. We know that jobs and businesses in each of our countries depend on the stability of economies everywhere. It matters to all of us how this global economy weathers the storm. Our success, both at home and together as an international community, hinges on it. Ralentir la propagation du virus, protéger nos citoyens et préparer la relance est un défi sans précédent et très coûteux, même pour un pays comme le Canada. Alors on ne peut pas s'attendre à ce que les petits pays, qui n'ont ni les mêmes ressources, ni les mêmes infrastructures que les nôtres, et qui font face à des circonstances beaucoup plus graves que nous, vaincront ce virus par leurs propres moyens. Nous devons prendre conscience des difficultés particulières auxquelles font face les pays en développement d'Afrique, ainsi que les petits États insulaires. Nous devons mettre en œuvre une réponse d'envergure internationale, exhaustive et durable. Et c'est ce qui nous amène ici, ensemble, aujourd'hui. We're bringing together not only world leaders, but also key experts from various fields who can help us better understand and address economic implications of this pandemic. This is our chance to begin a conversation on how we can emerge from this truly global crisis as a stronger and more cohesive world, one that creates growth for everyone, addresses inequality, and cares for the most vulnerable. Over the coming months, we will all be working together in different work streams to bring forward ambitious but pragmatic solutions. Canada is ready to do our part as we help bring the world together in the fight against COVID-19. COVID-19 is an unprecedented challenge for our modern world, but it's also a unique opportunity to build a better future, to create a safe and prosperous world and an international system that recognizes who's left behind and strives to lift them up. Once again, thank you all for joining us in this important discussion.
I thank the Prime Minister of Canada for his statement, and I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Jamaica, we are not hearing your audio. Please unmute your microphone locally.
May I invite the Prime Minister of Jamaica to take the floor, please. Excellency, the floor is yours. Prime Minister of Jamaica. I believe we are having a technical issue with the Prime Minister of Jamaica's office. Could we ask once again for you to try to take the floor now. We will wait for your statement. His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness. While we resolve these technical issues, as moderator, I will take the liberty to allow the Secretary General of the United Nations to deliver his statement, and we will ask the Prime Minister of Jamaica to return to the floor following the statement of His Excellency António Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I thank you all for your solidarity, and I thank the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica for co-hosting this meeting. Unless we act now, the COVID-19 pandemic will cause unimaginable devastation and suffering around the world. Hunger and famine of historic proportions, 60 million more people pushed into extreme poverty, up to half the global workforce, 1.6 billion people without livelihoods, a loss of $8.5 trillion in global output, the sharpest contraction since the Great Depression of the 30s. We must avoid it. The pandemic has demonstrated our fragility. Despite all the technological and scientific advances of recent decades, we are in an unprecedented human crisis because of a microscopic virus. We need to respond with unity and solidarity. And the key aspect of solidarity is financial support. I welcome the swift actions that have already been taken by the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank Group, the regional development banks, and other international financial institutions, and the G20. But many developing countries lack the means to fight the pandemic and to invest in recovery. Excellencies, today we are asking for immediate collective action in 6 critically important areas. First, global liquidity. A rush to safety has triggered an outflow of capital from some key emerging economies, and many other countries have seen their fiscal space reduced by the virtual standstill of economic activity, preventing them from being able to import essential medical supplies. This is where the health crisis meets the economic crisis in a dangerous nexus that would prolong and deepen both. Existing mechanisms are stretched to capacity, and the resources of the International Monetary Fund may not be enough. We have the tools to enhance global liquidity. I urge you to use them, and especially to consider a new issuance of special drawing rights. Second, sovereign debt. The economic fallout from the pandemic threatens to cause a wave of default in developing countries. Widespread debt crises will set back the response to COVID-19 and impede sustainable development for many years to come. The countries affected would have no prospect of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The G20 debt moratorium is a first step, but it only covers the least developed countries. I recently had the opportunity to visit several Caribbean and Pacific islands, middle-income countries that have made steady economic progress despite being on the front lines of the climate crisis. Thanks to early and decisive action, they have largely been spared the health impact of COVID-19. But many are heavily indebted, and their economies are now in free fall. Small island states rely heavily on tourism and remittances. Both are now at a standstill. Households that had a secure income are at imminent risk of poverty and hunger. Many developing and even middle-income countries are highly vulnerable and already in debt distress, or will soon become so due to the global recession. Alleviating crushing debt cannot be limited to the least developed countries. It must be extended to all developing and middle-income countries that request forbearance as they lose access to financial markets. We urgently need durable solutions on debt to create space for investments in recovery and the Sustainable Development Goals. My third point concerns the private creditors, who hold a growing share of developing countries' sovereign debt. Any comprehensive solution on debt must include constructive dialogue towards engaging these creditors to find solutions. We need creative ways and incentives to encourage commercial creditors to join debt relief efforts. Fourth, external finance. Direct investment, exports and remittances are dropping sharply. We cannot allow this decline to become entrenched. We need a clear signal of confidence to boost and relaunch investment in sustainable development. Aligning incentives in global financial systems with the SDGs would send just such a signal. Fifth, illicit financial flows. Tax avoidance, tax evasion, money laundering, and corruption already deprive developing countries of hundreds of billions of dollars every year. We must plug the leaks. And in the medium term, we need the courage and determination to revise national systems and international networks. Six, we must recover better. COVID-19 has exposed and is exacerbating deep inequalities and injustice that we must tackle, including gender inequality. The economic impacts are worse for women, who typically have fewer savings and lower incomes than men. All our efforts must go towards building sustainable and resilient pathways that enable us not only to beat COVID-19, but to tackle the climate crisis, reduce inequality, and eradicate poverty and hunger. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change address precisely the failures that are being exposed and exploited by the pandemic. The United Nations is mobilized to support countries in implementing these agreements throughout and beyond COVID-19. Excellencies, these are challenging and dangerous times. We must face them with all urgency, seriousness, and responsibility. Getting through COVID-19 and recovering better will cost money, but the alternative will cost far more. This is a global crisis, and it's up to all of us to solve it. Let's do it together, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his statement, and I now pass the floor to His Excellency Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, for his welcoming remarks. The floor is yours, Prime Minister.
On n'est pas encore là. Le Premier ministre a dit qu'il envoie.
I'm seeing that we're still having some technical issues, so I think we will again move on and return to the Prime Minister of Jamaica when the technical issues have been resolved. I now want to begin with the high-level segment, and we will hear now from heads of state and government about facilitating global solutions.
Thank the Secretary General and the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica for organizing this event. I extend my sincere condolences to those who have lost loved ones to COVID-19 and extend my solidarity to member states who are fighting the disease. We are in this together and we will get through it together. Excellencies, among other painful disruptions, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused economic and financial shocks around the world. It has left many countries constrained in their response to the pandemic and its social and economic consequences. But even before this crisis, many countries were not on track to achieve the SDGs. Financial constraints were often at the center of their challenges. In order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we'll have to rethink our economic systems. This requires leadership, political will, and a collaborative spirit among a wide variety of actors to safeguard the future for generations to come. We need to act urgently and decisively on the 6 areas which the Secretary General has highlighted as constraints. We must focus on the key challenges around public, private, and external financial resources that need to be mobilized not only for rapid recovery, but also for longer-term progress in achieving the SDG agenda. It's clear, Excellencies, that many developing countries currently do not have the financial means to hold the spread of COVID-19 pandemic and the social and economic consequences of the pandemic. The most vulnerable countries are further challenged by treating foreign investors, as well as dwindling revenues from remittances, tourism, and commodity exports. Illicit financial flows exacerbate difficulties even further. Preventing these countries from sliding into disorderly defaults which would end any long-term development prospects, requires concrete proposals and timely action. These plans must not only address current liquidity shortages, but also provide durable solutions that create vital fiscal space for investments in sustainable development for countries in need. I welcome collective efforts such as the G20 moratorium, which addresses the immediate liquidity needs of some countries and create fiscal space to address the pandemic. However, they will not resolve the unsustainable debt situations of many of the poorest countries who are experiencing a debilitating debt distress. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we must remain steadfast in upholding and advancing the values of the organization and step forth with political courage and determination. Now is the time to revise the international financial architecture. This is our opportunity to combat the recurrent scourge of illicit financial flows. We need a system which will halt illicit flows and effectively recover funds and other assets to originating countries. In this regard, I look forward to the recommendations on these issues from the FACTI panel, which I convened alongside the President of ECOSOC. Excellencies, we cannot address COVID-19 and the related economic and social fallout in a vacuum. This must be integrated into the broader discussion on financing for sustainable development. The United Nations provides us with a forum to convene all actors and specialized policy communities to address these challenges. Excellencies, we must continue to heed the call made by the founders of our organization and work together to ensure a better world for all. We cannot miss this opportunity to shift the world towards a more sustainable and resilient path. It's only by striving together that we will succeed in delivering for all. I thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for his statement, and we shall now hear statements from heads of state and government and high-level officials in accordance with the list of speakers for this segment. I should like to remind participants that their statements are limited to 3 minutes. To assist speakers, a timer is visible on the virtual platform. I would also like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a moderate speed to allow interpreters to do the best job possible. I now give the floor to our first speaker in this high-level segment, Your Excellency, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Chair of the African Union and President of the Republic of South Africa. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. António Guterres, Prime Minister of Canada, my friend Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Jamaica, my friend Andrew Holness, Your Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. I really wish to thank the moderators for convening this critical and timely event. The coronavirus pandemic will have far-reaching impacts on human health, livelihoods, security, economic development, as well as social stability. The pandemic presents a very real threat to our collective ability to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. This is particularly the case for developing countries. As we mount a global effort to overcome COVID-19 crisis, we need to ensure that the progress that we have made towards the realization of the SDGs is not reversed. In particular, we call on developed countries to meet their commitments to supporting developing countries in the key areas of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. In this time of crisis, we need to be innovative, and as Justin Trudeau said, think out of the box in the deployment of resources to both fighting the COVID-19 and sustainable development. In this regard, developing country debt is a foremost concern, and especially to my continent, Africa. Africa is, however, encouraged by the collaboration of the G20, the Bretton Woods institutions, and the UN towards finding a solution to developing country debt and sustainability and related issues. South Africa supports the call of the African Union for a debt standstill for 2 years. We support the allocation of more IMF special drawing rights to help central banks, the corporate sector, and small medium enterprises to withstand the shocks caused by the pandemic. We endorse the call of the Secretary General of the United Nations for the development of a comprehensive debt framework. This should start with an across-the-board debt standstill for countries unable to service their debts. This should be followed by targeted debt relief and a comprehensive approach to structural issues in the international debt architecture to prevent defaults that may follow. We further welcome the Secretary General's call for a global response package amounting to at least 10% of the world's gross domestic product. This means more than $200 billion of additional support for Africa. We must also address the threat posed to the economic stability of developing countries by illicit financial flows, money laundering, and corruption. We share a collective responsibility to not just uplift our respective countries as well as societies, but also those less resourced and less fortunate. And this is where the principle, leaving no one behind, comes in. Let us once again reaffirm our commitment to raising the standards of living of our citizens, to sustainably managing our natural resources, taking into account our climate change protocols, and bringing material progress to all peoples of the world. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. And I now will give the floor to the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Angela Merkel. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres, Prime Minister of Canada, dear Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Jamaica, dear Andrew Holness, I would like to thank you for taking this important initiative. The coronavirus is still posing many puzzles to us, but one thing is pretty obvious, and that is that the international community has to join forces and has to act in the spirit of solidarity in order to tackle the pandemic and its consequences. Solidarity is thus what is called for in this crisis, and thus I hope that a clear signal of solidarity will go out from this conference. In order to support especially hard-hit developing and emerging economies, Germany supports a whole host of measures. We support the comprehensive implementation of the debt moratorium agreed by the G20 countries. Germany is also working to ensure that private creditors can engage, and we would wish to see us examine at the end of the year whether further steps are required, and if so, which steps are required. Additional IMF measures might also be considered when it becomes necessary to, at short notice, secure the liquidity of vulnerable states. Thus, it might be conceivable to consider an increased allocation of special drawing rights of the IMF. We will also have to examine carefully the impact that the long-term impact that debt relief might have, for example, on access to finance. We would also wish to continue to support our partners in strengthening their private economy, because that is exactly what the compact with Africa is about. And as we take these measures to cope with the pandemic and its impact, we must not lose sight of the global sustainable development goals, as President Ramaphosa just said. From this point of view, actually, this crisis might offer an opportunity, which is to say that our programs need to be in line with Agenda 23, with the Paris Climate Agreement, and with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. Germany continues to be committed to these objectives. This is why we support the European Commission's Green Deal. We have doubled our funds for the international climate finance when compared to 2014, because for us, climate protection and resilience are integral elements of our development cooperation. During our presidency of the G7 and the G20, for example, we have worked to advance climate risk insurance schemes. However, deciding on measures isn't enough. We must also ensure that these measures have the desired effect. It is important thus to ensure that international standards are adhered to. Last but not least, this entails that we stand up with determination to corruption and illicit financial flows. COVID-19 tests the international community, unparalleled since the Second World War. Only if we cooperate closely can we emerge stronger from the crisis, and we need to do that in order to be able to tackle other global problems on our agenda. We need the United Nations in order to overcome the pandemic with all its impacts at a global scale. Above all, we now need the World Health Organization. The World Bank and the IMF play a central role when it comes to overcoming the liquidity and financing problems of countries that are especially hard hit. Thus, Germany supports the United Nations and the World Bank, be it through speedily dispersing additional funds, be it through targeted reallocation of funds. And I would like to encourage others too to consider appropriate reallocation of funds. The time to act is now.
General Prime Ministers, Presidents, Excellencies, allow me to start by thanking all of you for the initiative to discuss financing for the development in the context of coronavirus. And moreover, thank you for inviting the European Union to be part of this debate. The pandemic hit everyone, not only exposing our level of preparedness to cope with massive challenges, but also realities of global developments. We have to be honest and admit that before the pandemic hit, the world was set on an unsustainable economic path. Rising inequalities, a growing digital divide, a man-made climate crisis. The coronavirus is not only shining a light on these trends, it has made some of them even more dramatic. Countries all across the world have been hit hard by the virus. The lack of digital skills and infrastructure is taking a toll on companies, students, and families alike. The gap between the haves and have-nots of our world is growing even bigger. If possible, the Sustainable Development Goals are even more crucial now than at their inception. And coronavirus clearly demonstrates that Sustainable Development Goals are equally important for every human being on Earth. The goals are not set only for those undergoing development, but for all. With this in mind, I presented just yesterday a recovery plan for Europe that is deeply inspired by the idea of competitive sustainability. It has the European Green Deal at its core. It invests in digital transformation. It also invests in health systems. All of this with one specific aim, reducing inequalities across our union. We will not just rebuild, but we reshape our economy to make it more resilient and sustainable. We're putting together the biggest package worldwide that links investments for recovery to the Sustainable Development Spirit. I could not agree more with Secretary General Guterres when he says that we must build back better. Crisis as we face it might influence our thinking and actions, pushing us to concentrate on our own agenda and only on our own needs, but this is wrong. We have to work together and for each other. In these demanding times, Europe is ready to work with those who need support the most. Team Europe has already pledged 23 billion euros to support our partners in facing the emergency. We were proud to host an online pledging conference to raise 9.5 billion euros for vaccines and cures and make them affordable worldwide. But our actions cannot stop here. Therefore, today I would like to propose something even more ambitious. We need a global recovery initiative that links investment and debt relief to the Sustainable Development Goals. Europe is ready to put on the table expertise and resources with both traditional and innovative financing instruments, but we must be clear on what kind of recovery we aspire to. It should be a green recovery, a digital recovery, a just and resilient recovery. The post-pandemic world can be more inclusive and greener than the one we know. It is up to us to build back better together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And it's my pleasure now to turn the floor in a video statement format to His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, the President of the French Republic.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as you yourself said a few weeks ago, Secretary General, my dear António, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has never been as difficult nor as imperative as it is today. This is something that has been unveiled by the COVID-19 crisis. It's difficult because in addition to the health impact of the crisis has also exacerbated the challenges that were already ranged against us. Growing inequalities between our countries, within our countries, including gender inequalities. We're also seeing an increase in poverty. We were seeing imperiling of food security, the appearance of weaknesses and instabilities. This crisis has demonstrated once again that the most vulnerable in society are paying the heaviest price. The crisis also exacerbated difficulties because it has occurred at a time when, and we must be frank, when the very idea of international cooperation and multilateralism was being called into question. However, as we see day in and day out, we have never stood in such great need of collective action and cooperation. No single country can find a solution to this crisis. There can be no isolated solution. We have to address issues collectively such as health, the environment, justice and the economies. The price is paid by all. The solution must be found by all. As far as France is concerned, there are three priorities to respond to this crisis, three priorities which will address three urgent situations that is for our planet. And the aim of these three priorities is a single aim, to fight and eradicate the inequalities in our current society. This is at the heart of G7 action and should be at the heart of our collective action overall. Our first priority is, of course, health for all. And this is a goal that we recalled during the World Health Assembly, which took place a few days ago. It is the approach that we take in our response to the pandemic, a response which includes tests, vaccines and support for the weakest health frameworks and healthcare frameworks in the world. It's essential to adopt these steps in order to address the pandemic and to prevent all the progress that we have achieved over the last few decades in other areas of healthcare, including in maternal and child health. 1.7 billion euros were mobilized as of last week for this initiative, which is unparalleled in the way it brings together public and private actors in the field of health around the world. But we need to do more and to expand this initiative. Our second priority is support for those countries who are the weakest with regard to withstanding the pandemic, in particular in Africa. Africa will be pushed into recession for the first time in 25 years if action is not taken. This recession will occur at a time when previously it was enjoying double-figure growth. And that will be the case, that recession will occur despite this promising future that had been Africa's, unless we act together as the international community. And unless we act together for Africa, then the entire 2030 agenda risks being undone. This is a test of our collective credibility, our collective responsibility for our common future. And this explains the initiative that we signed up to with 17 of our African and European partners to find a response on the health, economic, scientific and humanitarian aspects to address this crisis in those 4 aspects. The objective is to cancel the debt through a debt moratorium that was decided at the G20 ministerial level. We need now to implement that debt moratorium or debt standstill with all countries involved. We hope that the private sector will join us in this endeavor. We need to engage the IMF and its special drawing rights, and we need to restructure debt. We need to rally to support African businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises that have prospered for the last 20-25 years and have provided vital work and employment opportunities for women and young people in particular to help boost growth in societies and countries. At the heart of this initiative is the humanitarian and food security response, which over the next few weeks will be absolutely critical. I won't go into details on this agenda for Africa here, but the US presidency of the G7, and I echo their words, Africa needs to be at the heart of our global agenda over the next few weeks, and that needs to be true of the G7 and of the G20 as well, because the mobilization of the global powers such as China is absolutely critical if we come to the aid of Africa as required. Our third priority is climate and biodiversity. The crisis that we're currently being racked by must not draw our attention away from this key priority, quite the contrary. It has underscored a truth that we're already aware of, and that is the intrinsic link between environmental health and development issues. That understanding needs to be at the heart not just of national and regional recovery plans that we're adopting, but it also needs to be at the heart of the global response that we need to bring to bear to address this crisis. Some of our major meetings have been delayed, but when they do take place, they will be more important than ever.
Britanniques scanderont les prochains mois et l'année 2021. Nous devons être collectivement au rendez-vous. Et pour cela, nous devons dès maintenant nous en donner les moyens, en organisant collectivement le rôle décisif de nos banques de développement. À cet effet, la France organisera le 12 novembre prochain, dans le cadre du Forum de Paris sur la paix, un sommet de toutes les banques publiques de développement avec un double objectif. Bâtir une nouvelle et puissante coalition réunissant l'ensemble des 450 banques publiques de développement pour favoriser la coopération entre elles et rassembler autour d'elles la communauté financière, publique et privée, pour nous donner réellement les moyens d'une action collective contre le Covid-19 et en faveur du climat et des ODD. Je n'oublie pas, évidemment, dans cet agenda de lutte contre les inégalités, les fameuses inégalités de destin entre les femmes et les hommes et en matière d'éducation. Ces inégalités sont inséparables des priorités que je viens d'évoquer. Les enfants de cette crise ne peuvent pas être les enfants d'une génération sacrifiée et nous devons poursuivre nos objectifs en matière d'éducation. Et l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes doit être au cœur de notre réponse. C'est pourquoi je veux ici dire très clairement que nous tiendrons le Forum Génération Égalité à l'été 2021 avec une action toute particulière pour l'éducation des jeunes filles et le rôle des femmes dans le développement. Voilà les quelques priorités, les quelques rappels que je voulais faire, pas simplement des rappels, au fond des réengagements. Nous avons en effet besoin de travailler autour de ces priorités et en effet de redonner à cet agenda multilatéral autour des Nations Unies encore plus de force et de vigueur, en nous réengageant sur le plan financier, ce que nous avons fait ces dernières semaines, en nous réengageant aussi en inventant d'autres formes de coopération. Entre nous, chefs d'État et de gouvernement, entre nos actions collectives, entre nos sociétés civiles aussi, qu'il s'agisse des organisations non gouvernementales, de nos entreprises, des investisseurs, nous devons continuer à innover encore et encore. Pour cela, les groupes de travail qui seront lancés lors de cette session sont essentiels. C'est une volonté d'action, de réinvention. La période l'exige et nous serons là. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, President Macron. It's now my pleasure to turn the floor to His Excellency Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, for his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Could I try one more time to connect with the Prime Minister of Jamaica? Your Excellency. We will come back to you. Thank you for your patience. We'll now turn the floor to His Excellency Kasim Yomar Tokayev, who is the chair of the Group of Landlocked Developing Countries and President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Group of Landlocked Developing Countries, I commend the Secretary General as well as Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica for convening this high-level event, which is very much timely. The pandemic crisis has put at risk the development gains of all countries. The LLDCs are among the worst hit with the severely tightened external financing, disrupted trade, supply chains, and investment flows. The international community must therefore strengthen inclusive multilateralism to ensure that no country is left behind and that the 2030 SDG agenda is implemented. On behalf of the group, I want to echo our support to UN-led efforts and urge all development partners to deliver collectively across all 7 action areas of the Addis Ababa agenda. It is clear that we cannot run business as usual. The well-being of each of us depends on the well-being of all of us. Financing of the development must embrace the international community for closer cooperation and solidarity. In this regard, on behalf of the LLDC Group, I call for coordinated actions in the following areas. We must address the debt vulnerabilities by suspending debt repayments to international creditors. Innovative solutions like debt-to-health swaps, channeling additional funds to health systems, should be offered by international financial institutions to all developing nations. Financing regional development projects in exchange for debt relief should also be considered. It is critical to preserve and improve the food economy as an essential part of the social economic response to address the disruption of food supply chains and the compromised food security around the globe, with a special emphasis on labor-intensive agricultural sector. Providing a wider access to clean potable water will help to increase the resilience of national health systems and enhance the food economy. The LLDCs, LDCs, and SEEDs need to transfer to green technologies and climate-proof agricultural sector on which they rely most heavily for food security to combat climate change. We should broadly stimulate more active engagement of private businesses in sustainable development projects, including through the public-private partnerships. Specifically, we call for more private investments to overcome digital inequality and inadequate internet connectivity. These measures have grown almost 10 times larger than 2 years prior. International trade should expedite the development of all nations, especially the least developed countries. Excellencies, a few words in my national capacity. Kazakhstan has financially contributed to the global humanitarian response plan and provided humanitarian assistance to several countries to tackle the virus. Kazakhstan is capable of contributing to global efforts in the key sectors of food security, mediation, and conflict resolution and peace building. Finally, let me underscore once again that Member States' strong support to the implementation of the Global Development Agenda will remain a constant priority. I thank you.
Thank you very much, President, Your Excellency. And it's my pleasure now to turn the floor to His Excellency Carlos Alvarado Quesada, President of the Republic of Costa Rica. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Guterres, Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holmes, Your Excellencies. Costa Rica is honored to be part of this forum. If I may begin with an analogy, currently we are fighting together to have vaccination for everyone around the world. But similarly, we need to have financial solutions and debt solutions globally available for everyone around the world, and not any kind of financial solution. It has to deal with climate change, it has to deal with decarbonization, with digital inclusion, and with quality and inclusion. I believe Secretary General Guterres put it in the best way. We should not only build back, but we need to build back better. And that should be our common motto now. Ever since the end of March, we raised a flag. We asked international financial institutions to urgently assess the problem that will arise in the coming months and in the coming years, and to be more flexible in utilizing the parameters established for debt. We have asked for renegotiations of current debt to address the financial needs of countries, whatever their conditions are. We have asked for standard boilerplate conditions to be negotiated jointly in order to get better conditions applicable to all who need it, not to those that came first. We have asked for the issuance of additional special drawing rights for each country. We have asked for deferment of current payments. We have asked for interest rates in prevailing loans to be fixed rates at current rates, which are near 0%. We know that this crisis is being taken seriously. Swift actions by the G20, the IMF, and the World Bank to provide relief to the most vulnerable prove the key role of the Bretton Woods institutions in preventing economic disaster and building a more equitable, sustainable, and fair economy. We need multilateralism and international cooperation more than ever. And we trust that the United Nations, the OECD, and the Paris Club, these institutions will rise to the challenge of developing and facilitating a roadmap towards economic stability, seizing the opportunity to align financial flows to resilience, the SDGs, and the Paris Agreement that will allow the world to make greater progress towards sustainable development. We're going to move past this crisis, and we have to do it by rebuilding our economies with science and technology, but not to return to the pre-COVID economies. We have to have inclusive, sustainable, decarbonized, and human rights-based economies. For this, we need a world financial order that is different than in the current one, motivated by solidarity and not profit. We We celebrate the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations, of this group of Friends of Finance for Development led by Canada and Jamaica, of the Ministerial Group of the Climate Finance led by Chile and Finland, and the calls for action for support to indebted nations led by Pakistan. That raised once more our common voice for a new financial order, using all the resources available to implement the urgent mandate, the human mandate of leaving no one behind. Muchas gracias y un saludo con afecto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to show a video statement by the Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister of Japan, for your statement, please begin.
トルドーカナダ首相、ホルネスジャマイカ首相、グテーレス国際連合事務総長、同僚の皆様、世界が新型コロナウイルス感染症との戦いの真っ只中にある中、本会合の開催は大変利益を得たものであり、共同議長のイニシアティブを歓迎します。世界各地で昼夜を問わずコロナウイルスと戦っておられるすべての関係者の皆様に敬意を表します。コロナ感染症への対応にあたっては、最も脆弱な人々を取り残さないよう、人間の安全保障の確保が必要です。治療薬やワクチンの開発、生産のみならず、それらへの公平なアクセスが重要です。長期的には、今回のような世界的なパンデミックに対して、強靭性を有する保健、医療システムの強化が必要であり、ユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの推進がその重要性を一層増していくと考えています。我々はコロナ収束後の世界を見据えて、コロナ危機により打撃を受けた途上国の経済活動の再開、活性化を目指した方策を検討していく必要があります。グテーレス国連事務総長が設定した6つの優先課題について活発な議論を行うことを支持するとともに、これらの課題を貫く基本的な原則として、公平な負担の分担の重要性を強調したいと思います。G20 諸国は4月にコロナウイルスによるパンデミックとその影響に対処するため G20 行動計画に合意しました。この行動計画に沿って G20 諸国は世界経済の早期回復において主導的な役割を果たすべきです。我が国はこの行動計画を受けて低所得国の貧困削減、安定的な成長を状況的な融資で支える IMF 融資原資へ最大49億ドルの追加貢献を表明しました。さらに感染症など外的ショックに脆弱な国の経済崩壊を防ぐため、対 IMF 債務を免除する大災害抑制救済基金へ1億ドルの資金拠出を行いました。これに加えて途上国の経済活動の維持活性化に貢献するため、これまでの円借款に加え2年間で約45億ドルの緊急財政借款の枠組みを新たに創設しました。最貧国の債務支援猶予は重要であり、G20 およびパリクラブが合意したイニシアティブを歓迎します。各国がこの合意に沿って適切に支払いを猶予する処置を行うことを期待します。現下のコロナウイルスによるパンデミックは SDGs の達成に対する大きな挑戦を作り出しており、それを克服するための資金の飛躍的なスケールアップのためには、民間資金によるいわゆる インパクト投資を促進することが不可欠です。最後に私は、来年夏に延期された2020年東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会を人類がコロナウイルスに打ち勝った証として完全な形で開催する決意であり、国際社会と緊密に連携してコロナウイルスとの戦いを進めていく決意です。ありがとうございました。
I thank the Prime Minister of Japan for his statement. It is my pleasure now to turn the floor to the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Sooronbay Jeenbekov. Your Excellency, over to you.
Уважаемый Премьер-министр господин Холнес, выражаю признательность вам за приглашение за это. К концу этого года мы ожидаем отрицательного социального положения населения. В этих условиях под угрозу ставится
Apologies for the introduction to the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. Your Excellency, there is a problem with the audio, and we will have to apologize and try to fix it and come back to you. My apologies, please. Does the President of the Kyrgyz Republic hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. We're going to have to, so that we can hear your statement properly, we're going to have to return to you at a later stage and fix the audio. That is the way unfortunately, this system is working or not working these days. So it's my pleasure now to move to His Excellency Giuseppe Conte, the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. This is going to be a video statement. The floor is Italy's.
Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, mankind is going through a crisis which is unprecedented in size and scope. A crisis that knows no borders and spares no region. Threatens public health but also challenges our social and economic systems. The virus has displayed our global fragility. We need now to strengthen our resilience and our health systems, but also to protect and rebuild on new basis our social and economic fabric. We need to turn this crisis into an opportunity to transform our societies, and international cooperation, common vision, solidarity of leaders beyond the borders are key to succeed. Italy will act consequently, not only because we strongly believe in effective multilateralism, but also because we feel a special responsibility as the incoming presidency of the G20. Since the outset, Italy has been at the front line of the fight against COVID-19. During the peak of the crisis, we have received great help from our international partners and friends. In return, we want to give a key contribution to our collective efforts, as we have demonstrated with the launch and financing of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. This is solidarity in action. Today, we are called to outline a better future for our people and especially for the young generations through their active engagement. We need to act all together for a sustainable and resilient recovery, a better recovery, including a renewed approach to energy and green transition, digital transformation, food security, sustainable finance and employment, women empowerment, and an equal and distribution of opportunities. Our G20 presidency will put people, planet, prosperity at the top of the agenda. The 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement will continue to be the pillars of our action. We will also leverage on our partnership with the UK in leading COP26. The virus could disproportionately hit developing countries with devastating effects over the months and the years to come. 500 million people could fall into poverty. The health crisis could turn into food crisis, especially in Africa and in the small islands developing countries. These countries need now, more than ever, additional fiscal space. In this spirit, Italy has promoted and joined the G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative. We stand ready to further support debt sustainability and ensure debt relief. Moreover, we believe that financing for development and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda are paramount to promote a sustainable future beyond COVID-19. We must strengthen all our financing tools, maximize their impact, and ensure that our investments and policies leave no one behind. What unites us is greater than what keeps us apart, and we will overcome this challenge through global leadership, cooperation, and mutual accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure now to turn the floor to Her Excellency Erna Solberg, who is the Prime Minister of Norway and also co-chair of the SDG Advocates. Over to you, Excellency.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, thank you for this important initiative. The human costs and the economic effects of the pandemic are staggering, with unemployment soaring, investment and remittance falling, and debt mounting. Those with the least are, as always, hit the hardest. And disruption in supply chains add to the strain by creating shortages of essential goods such as food, fertilizers, medicine, and fuel. These problems call for urgent global action and solidarity. Let me highlight three priority initiatives for Norway. Firstly, the development and fair global distribution of vaccines, including to low and middle income countries. The Norwegian-initiated Coalition for Pandemic Preparedness Innovations, CEPI, is central to achieving this. And I'm encouraged by the strong support internationally for CEPI's efforts. We have also increased our funding to Gavi, to the World Health Organization, and to the UN humanitarian response. Secondly, we will invest in a united global response with a strong UN at its core. Therefore, Norway took the initiative to establish a UN COVID-19 response and recovery fund. The aim is to help those most vulnerable through the economic hardship. We also support the international financial institutions' debt moratorium and deferment of payments. Thirdly, corruption and fraud thrive in times of chaos. We are therefore committed to ending illicit financial flows. Norway, as current ECOSOC president, was proud to establish a high-level panel on financial accountability, transparency, and integrity, the FACTI panel, together with the President of the General Assembly. And financing for development is at the core of our ECOSOC presidency. ECOSOC recently facilitated the first universal agreement to finance COVID-19 response. Furthermore, the ECOSOC Financing for Development Forum will meet in June the 2nd to focus on the need for stronger financing assistance. And in this regard, we must also work to ensure rapid disbursement of funds to those who are in need. This is in fact crucial to the halting of the economic downturn in many countries. Our recovery from the pandemic and the economic downturn will be quicker if we recommit to the spirit of cooperation and are guided by the Sustainable Development Goals. There is no time to seek confrontation and to look inward. Instead, let us use this moment to ensure more global cooperation in order to build back a healthier, greener, fairer, gender equal and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Solberg. We will try to connect to the President of the Kyrgyz Republic again, His Excellency Soronbay Zenbekov. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. I'm afraid before you start, it seems that we still have the same audio issue on your end. I am extremely sorry. I think we'll have to move to our next speaker and come back to you again. Terribly sorry, President. Our next speaker is the Prime Minister of Ireland, His Excellency Taoiseach Varadkar. Prime Minister of Ireland, the floor is yours.
Защитные меры, предпринимаемые для борьбы с коронавирусом, привели к резкому снижению экономической активности. Кыргызстан, как горная страна, без выхода к морю, столкнулась со снижением внешнеторговых операций. К концу этого года мы ожидаем отрицательный рост экономики и значительное выпадение доходов бюджета.
Hello, very sorry to the the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. We are still having the issues with the audio on your end. We will come back to you. Thank you very much for your patience. And I'd like to now turn the floor over to the Prime Minister of Ireland, Mr. Leo Varadkar. Over to you.
Hello everyone, Leo Varadkar speaking here from Dublin. Real pleasure to be with you all by video conference. I want to thank the Secretary General, Excellencies, friends, Prime Minister Trudeau and Prime Minister Holness for your initiative in organising this event. I think it's fair to say that history has shown us that the times when our world faces its greatest social and economic challenges are when we need to match our words with our actions the most. COVID-19 is proving to be a test of our global solidarity, and none of us will be safe until everyone is safe. As we work through this crisis, the international community has the opportunity to build a better future by delivering on our shared vision through the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs, which we were very proud to co-facilitate with Kenya, has set out a pathway to the challenges of today and tomorrow, to end poverty, to protect the planet, to promote peace and prosperity. Because of the unprecedented impact of this pandemic, the challenges we now face are greater than we could have imagined back in 2015. Today's event is an opportunity to restate our shared ambition within the multilateral institutions to finance development and achieve our global goals by 2030. I believe that as donors, creditors and regulators, we have an opportunity to mobilise private sector innovation and ingenuity and capital so we can develop sustainable solutions. Ireland knows what it's like to grapple with debt sustainability. We know that from the IMF programme that we went through 10 or 12 years ago. And we also know how to build a sustainable and growing economy. It requires a shared understanding among stakeholders, an agreed recovery plan, collective resilience, forbearance and patience from creditors, and most of all, international solidarity. Today, it is vital that all stakeholders, including the Paris Club, multilateral development banks, and public and private sector creditors and debtors, take the next steps in this important work. We've already made a good start on debt sustainability, and Ireland will continue to advance this agenda. We think we also have to deal with the issue of remittances, and we know very well from our experience of decades of emigration and having a very wide diaspora around the world, how remittances can be a vital source of liquidity and foreign exchange for so many countries, and that is the case today. The G20 recommendations on lowering the cost of remittances provides a roadmap, and Ireland will work to drive this agenda forward, including as part of a wider discussion with Bangladesh, Benin and Mexico next week. The IMF has highlighted the importance of digitisation of financial services to building back better. With our growing global role in financial technology, Ireland has a role to play in this work too. We'll also continue to work on domestic resource mobilisation and pursue new opportunities for raising capital, including in green and sustainable finance. Between us all, I believe we have the energy, the ingenuity and the resources to meet the greatest challenges of our time and then build something better and stronger for the future. So thank you again for the opportunity to join you, and take care.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister of Ireland. I'd like to now give the floor to Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Chair of the Caribbean Community and Prime Minister of Barbados. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister of Canada, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the Secretary General of the UN for facilitating this session for us all. I recognize that for most of us, we are in agreement with the things that have to be done with respect to the most vulnerable. And we say as countries that those most vulnerable are the poorest among us. We agree entirely that there ought to be a debt standstill for those who are the most poor. But we also recognize that the institutions that were created 75 years ago do not take into account the realities of our countries today. And for many of us in the Caribbean, where we are perhaps the most travel dependent and tourism dependent and trade dependent region in the world, we now face a trebling of unemployment and indeed a reduction by more than half of government revenues as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This requires us to take fresh guard. And I'm happy that the Prime Minister of Canada has spoken about thinking outside of the box, but we need to go further than beyond words. And Build Back Better must not simply be something that is delightful to the ears in terms of alliteration, but must now also mean a recognition that the criteria and the definitions that we have used to determine access to goods in the in a COVID-19 crisis, access to credit in a COVID-19 crisis or post-COVID-19, have now to be reflected again on the basis of countries' actual needs, rather than simple definitional criteria that makes it easier for economists to categorize where persons should go. And what do I speak of? We have many middle-income countries in our region, and in fact, among the small states of the world. And many of us are excluded from access to concessional funding, even in the midst of this pandemic, when we need access to money to boost our health systems more than ever, when we need access to credit to be able to offset the dislocation that has come from zero revenue from tourism, zero revenue from air travel. And what we are not assured of is early access to rapid tests that will allow our countries to open back up safely and to ensure that our population is not exposed in a way that is injurious to them simply because we want them to have their livelihoods in tourism. We accept, therefore, that the time has come for more than words at this stage, because time is not our friend. And indeed, we hope that this session will bring the world to the commitment that there is need for a global leadership initiative. The comorbidities that we talk about from chronic NCDs make our citizens more vulnerable to serious conditions and to death with respect to COVID-19. but yet there is not a development plan that allows us to meet these chronic NCDs favorably for enough of our citizens. We need certainty with respect to the debt instruments. If we don't, we will have a disorderly unraveling of debt and a sovereign debt crisis, when in truth and in fact, as Barbados has shown, if we include certainty in our debt instruments, as we just did coming out of a debt restructuring, we now have natural disaster clauses that will allow us to suspend our principal payments on debt and to capitalize the interest, so that when we get out of this pandemic period, or the crisis coming from a natural disaster, I should say, we are then in a position to resume our obligations to debt in an orderly manner. These things are too simple, and we wonder why there has been no decisions being made on it. A time will come when those will ask, what did we do in the period of COVID to be able to make the world more equitable, more just, and to make countries better capable of meeting the other existential threats of the climate crisis, and indeed of the behavior of our citizens towards maintaining themselves. I hope that the countries of the world can respond that just as 75 years ago, we created institutions that were appropriate to the time, that we can say that we created definitions and also modalities that really helped countries and citizens live in the COVID world, rather than simply be collateral damage to the larger countries of the world. If multilateralism is to mean something in our world today, then there must be fairness and equity, not only among our citizens in a democratic society, but among our countries in a world that is fair and democratic as well. I hope that this high-level session will not simply be the record of glorious speeches, but will trigger action that is needed badly by many of our citizens and many of our countries across the world. And the Caribbean community stands ready to play its part in ensuring that the shaping of the modalities will be appropriate to the needs and realities of our people, not just here, but in all small states across the global arena. I thank you.
Thank you to the Prime Minister of Barbados, who is also the chair of the Caribbean community, for her statement. We will now hear a video statement from His Excellency Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
I'm grateful to Secretary General Guterres, Prime Minister Trudeau, and Prime Minister Holness for bringing us together at this vital moment. As we meet today, we face the greatest health crisis of our lifetimes. Every government is striving to protect our respective peoples, and that is exactly as it should be. Yet no single country holds the keys to victory against our invisible enemy. If we are to defeat COVID-19, achieve a global recovery, and avoid a future pandemic, then we must work together across borders. Our national efforts will count for little unless they are fortified by international cooperation. Today, the most urgent tasks are to stabilise the world economy and develop a vaccine. Britain has contributed over £700 million, almost $1 billion, to the international response. We're the largest single donor to the efforts of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness to find a vaccine. We've provided up to £150 million to the IMF to help developing countries cope with the economic impact. But once we move beyond the emergency phase, we owe it to future generations to build back better and base our recovery on solid foundations, including a fairer, greener, and more resilient global economy. The UK will take this forward by hosting the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow next year. There's no need to reinvent the international system or renegotiate existing agreements, but there is every need for us to work together to get our shared goals back on track, including the expansion of girls' education, the Paris climate change targets, the Sustainable Development Goals, and our financing of development. And though we are witnessing a tragedy that has touched every one of us, I believe that we can look to the future with buoyancy and hope. In the year I was born, the World Health Organization created a smallpox eradication unit designed to rid humanity of a scourge that then claimed about 300 million lives in the 20th century alone. Just 13 years later, this international campaign achieved complete success and the world defeated smallpox. Only a few months ago, before the pandemic struck, we stood on the brink of a similar victory against polio. None of these advances would have been possible without this great organization, the United Nations, which strives to represent the combined genius and resolve of humanity. Our predecessors overcame terrible evils, and they were at their best in moments of adversity. As we face our own time of adversity, I believe that we can come through this crisis and achieve a strong, green, and fair recovery if we show the same generosity and breadth of spirit that should always animate the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and Great Britain, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And now I turn the floor to try again to the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Sooronbay Jeenbekov. Over to you. President of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Sooronbay Jeenbekov, may I ask you to connect to the high-level event? I'm afraid the connection doesn't seem to be working, so it is my pleasure to turn the floor to His Excellency.
Can you turn on the microphone for Kyrgyzstan, please? Thank you very much.
Слушая поддержки наших предложений, предлагаю разработать в рамках ООН соответствующую дорожную карту. Уважаемые дамы и господа, нынешняя ситуация требует принятия решительных мер и нестандартных подходов. Только так мы можем сохранить стабильность и темпы глобального устойчивого развития. В этой связи рассчитываю на поддержку наших предложений. Благодарю за внимание.
We were hearing your statement. The audio was coming through, so I would like to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. And should you wish to begin your statement so that everybody could hear it in full, I believe the audio is working now. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're ready for your statement now in full.
Господин Холнес, секретарь, господин Гутеррес, дамы и господа, выражаю признательность вам за приглашение на это важное и своевременное мероприятие. Пандемия коронавируса перестала быть только проблемой здравоохранения. Она оказывает негативное влияние на экономическое развитие всех стран, в том числе Кыргызской Республики. Защитные меры, предпринимаемые для борьбы с коронавирусом, привели к резкому снижению экономической активности. Кыргызстан, как горная страна, без выхода к морю, столкнулась также со снижением внешнеторговых операций. К концу этого года мы ожидаем отрицательный рост экономики и значительное выпадение доходов бюджета. Нехватка бюджетных средств может привести к ухудшению социального положения населения. В этих условиях под угрозу ставится реализация национальных программ развития, которые тесно связаны с целями устойчивого развития ООН. Уважаемые дамы и господа, выражаю признательность всем ООН и другим партнерам по развитию за поддержку Кыргызстана в это непростое время. Благодарю также страны Большой Двадцатки и Парижского клуба за инициативу по приостановлению платежей по государственным долгам для Кыргызстана. Вместе с тем полагаю необходимым принять дополнительные меры для поддержки стран достижения целей устойчивого развития. В этой связи предлагаю следующие 3 шага. На первом этапе необходимо провести глубокую реструктуризацию внешнего долга, в том числе перед многосторонними кредиторами. Данный механизм предоставит странам дополнительные возможности для достижения целей развития. Вторым этапом предлагаю разработать программу обмена долга на проекты в сфере здравоохранения, социальной поддержки и продовольственной безопасности. В рамках третьего этапа необходимо разработать программы по обмену долга на проект в сфере экологии, изменения климата и зеленой экономики. Это соответствует 6 мерам, озвученным господином Гутерресом в апреле этого года. В случае поддержки наших предложений предлагаю разработать и принять в рамках ООН соответствующую дорожную карту. Уважаемые дамы и господа, нынешняя ситуация требует принятия решительных мер и нестандартных подходов. Только так мы можем сохранить стабильность и темпы глобального устойчивого развития. В этой связи рассчитываю на поддержку наших предложений. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for your statement, which we heard loud and clear this time. Thank you very much, and it's now my pleasure to turn the floor to His Excellency Imran Khan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Secretary General, Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness. First of all, I want to thank you for initiating this conference because this is, as we all know, a global issue. It's a global problem and it needs a global solution. So let me just start off by saying that when the virus hit Pakistan and we did the lockdown, everything came to a standstill as it did in most economies of the world where they were trying to cope with stopping the spread of the coronavirus. And when everything came to a standstill, the biggest issue for us was how to look after the most vulnerable section of our population. And the people affected in the non-formal sector of our economy. We in our country, out of a population of 220 million people, the vulnerable section of the society was almost 150 million people. Non-formal sector, daily wages, weekly wages, whose family depended upon them earning money so that they could eat. So we then started this big cash handout, one of the biggest programs in Pakistan's history. We doled out $8 billion to stimulate our economy and, of course, to give cash to the most vulnerable section of our society. But the problem was, and the problem is, we have falling exports. We have falling remittances. We were trying to big, ambitious plans to revive our tourism sector. All this took a nosedive. And I know that this is the problem with most of the countries, but specifically the developing countries face this problem. To put things in perspective, the total amount of stimulus we could afford to give to our economy, and that was the biggest stimulus ever in our history, we managed to give $8 billion. And so when you compare it with countries like the United States, from what I heard, they're giving $3 trillion, Germany $1 trillion, euros, Japan $1 trillion. The developing world, we calculated, has given $7 trillion to stimulate the economy. And when you compare that with the developing world, unfortunately, we do not have the fiscal space to revive our economy, to look after the most vulnerable section of our society. And in case of our country, we still have this huge, ambitious program of fighting climate change by planting 10 billion trees. So all this money got diverted into dealing with the effects of the coronavirus lockdown. So all I want to say is that it is very important for the developing world to, at this critical juncture, look after the people of the developing world which are struggling. When I spoke to the prime ministers of Ethiopia, of the president of Egypt, prime minister of Nigeria, all of them are facing similar problems to what we are facing. And therefore, I really welcome the G20 for taking this big initiative of giving debt relief. But bear in mind, this really has to be thought through. This stimulus, this help to the developing world, I'm afraid has to be much bigger than so far it is being envisaged. Because, you know, you have the developing world with 1.5 billion people. You have, the developed world, but the developing world with a population of 6 billion people, unless the problem is dealt with holistically as a global problem with global solutions, the world is not going to recover from this recession if the bigger part of the world's population is wallowing into poverty. So therefore, I again, Mr. Secretary General, I congratulate you. I think this is again a great initiative. I want to, again, Prime Minister Trudeau, to you and the Jamaican Prime Minister, again, I want to say that this is, please pursue these initiatives. It is very important that the world, which became insular when COVID-19 hit the world, it's very important that the world now looks at this whole issue globally. And therefore, I'm sure if the developed countries put their minds together and treat this as a global situation, I think that we will all come out of it unscathed. Right now, things look bleak, but I think if we deal it as a global issue, I think that the world will come out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. It is now my pleasure to turn the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadaan, who has the G20 presidency and is the Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning of Saudi Arabia. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And let me start at the outset by thanking sincerely and appreciate very much Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness, and the United Nations Secretary General for convening this very important event on financing for development. Saudi Arabia, including in its capacity as the G20 president, remains committed to addressing what is first and foremost a human tragedy and its global economic, social, and financial impact, including on the most vulnerable. As the president of the G20 in 2020, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia immediately took concrete steps to drive and coordinate international response with the aim of developing collective actions to address the global challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. On 26th of March 2020, the Saudi G20 presidency convened an extraordinary virtual G20 summit, triggering a coordinated global response and endorsing a set of collective actions to tackle this crisis and pave the return towards strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. Let me outline the key actions that have been taken. First, the Saudi G20 presidency helped raise $8 billion to finance immediate health response to the crisis by co-organizing with the European Union and other stakeholders a pledging conference on 4th of May 2020. Saudi Arabia has pledged $500 million to relevant international organizations in the global health to support such event. Second, the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors agreed on a joint action plan to support the global economy during and after COVID-19 pandemic. Third, the G20 member countries have injected unprecedented $8 trillion into the global economy, the largest stimulus ever, by taking swift, wide-ranging, and substantial actions to respond to the economic and social challenges stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. Fourth, the G20 has worked with the international financial institutions to swiftly implement a strong financial response, ensuring increased support and access to emergency financing. Fifth, the G20 has agreed to a historic initiative that calls for the debt suspension, providing over $18 billion relief to the poorest countries, which will enable them to redirect resources to fight the pandemic. I believe that it is critically important that we continue to work together to overcome this crisis and promote and sustain a successful global economic recovery. Indeed, we will need a coordinated efforts to lift restrictions in a way that protects our health objectives while allowing economic activity to resume to normal levels, including by having a clear exit strategies for governments. Finally, I would like to conclude by highlighting that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will continue to play its part in financing for development as it has done over the past several decades. I look forward to the recommendations that will come out of this event and financing solutions to advance the sustainable development goals, focusing on the people of our United Nations, their health and their prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And for our last speaker in this high-level segment, I'd like to turn the floor for a video statement to His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Welcome to all joining us from across the world. I'm pleased to be co-convening virtually this event with Prime Minister Trudeau and Secretary General Guterres as we address this immense global health and economic crisis. I want to thank the presenters who have gone before me, who have made extremely valuable contributions. The support of so many UN member states among the group of friends of SDG financing is important to meaningful outcomes from today's event. This pandemic is a wake-up call for the international community to reinvigorate a comprehensive system of global economic governance, one that can cope with the global disruptions while promoting inclusive development. Without such a strategic and decisive response amidst declining economic growth and increasing uncertainty, the social and economic fallout could persist. Access to emergency liquidity support for developing countries, which can least withstand shocks to their economies, is key. However, the bigger challenge for the international financial system is to channel public and private credit flows into productive, inclusive developmental capital formation. The work streams on global liquidity and financial stability, as well as debt vulnerability, should inform our response to the financial dimensions of this crisis. We must create a revamped system of global financial and monetary governance that focuses on the most vulnerable in our societies. Private capital investment and technological know-how are essential for domestic competitiveness, job creation, and economic growth. And so I look forward to the outcome of the work on private sector creditors and external finance for inclusive growth. In implementing their economic growth programs, developing countries are highly dependent on support from international partners to stem illicit financial flows. Tax avoidance and evasion, transfer pricing, transnational crime, and public corruption divert significant resources and revenues of developing countries. They also inhibit the mobilization of domestic resources for development programs. This pandemic has demonstrated that every country and every citizen is vulnerable. To build economic and social resilience, we must rethink the traditional indices of vulnerability. I anticipate that the work stream on recovering better for sustainability will explore this critical area and put forward recommendations that incorporate Agenda 2030, the SDGs, the Paris Climate Accord, and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Excellencies, together, we shoulder a tremendous responsibility for effective action in the face of this global challenge. This crisis represents a unique opportunity to remedy socioeconomic disparities. We have a duty to ourselves and succeeding generations to put in place a bold, innovative, and resilient system to address the profound structural issues that impact our economies and our people. Excellencies, your participation today demonstrates the collective will of the international community to rally together to combat the wide-ranging impact of the coronavirus pandemic now and in the years ahead. Let us seize the moment.
I thank the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and that was the last speaker for this part of the high-level segment. The high-level panel will begin immediately after, and I have the pleasure to hand over the moderation of this event to Mr. Elliot Harris, who is the Assistant Secretary General of Economic Development and the United Nations Chief Economist. Mr. Harris, the reins are in your hands.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to welcome you to the high-level panel of the high-level event on financing for development in the COVID-19 era and beyond. The global health crisis caused by COVID-19 and the severe global economic downturn have rapidly evolved into a development emergency. Most developing countries do not have the resources or the fiscal space to fund adequate response and recovery measures. International cooperation is therefore crucial to overcome these challenges and prosper together. But it is essential also to link short-term measures to fight the pandemic and to address the development emergency to the path that we want to follow going forward, the path set for us by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. I'd like to take the opportunity now to warmly welcome the distinguished panelists joining us this morning to lead our reflections on 6 critical financing issues: global liquidity and financial stability, debt vulnerability, private sector creditors, external finance and remittances for inclusive growth, illicit financial flows, and recovering better for sustainability. Without further ado, I will start with the first topic in the agenda: global liquidity and financial stability. The COVID crisis has created a tremendous sense of economic risk and deepened uncertainty, and the rush for dollar liquidity has caused record capital outflows in developing countries. There's an urgent need now to expand liquidity in the global economy and to maintain financial stability so as to safeguard development gains and to strengthen the recovery for the benefit of current and future generations. I now invite our first panelist, Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, to address the topic of global liquidity and financial stability. Ms. Georgieva, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And good morning to all participants. I want to thank Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness, Secretary General Guterres for keeping a focus on financing for development in the midst of this crisis. Let me start from simple facts. We will end 2020 with a smaller global economy than at the start of the year. 170 countries, almost 90% of the world, will be worse off. But of course, this downturn is anything but simple. The COVID-19 crisis is first and foremost a human tragedy. It is more complex, more uncertain, and more severe than anything we have seen in our lifetimes. In April, we projected a shrinkage of 3% for the world economy. Now we are receiving incoming data that indicate the contraction may be even more severe. We do expect partial recovery in 2021, and we highly value the decisive actions that have been taken by policymakers to stabilize the economy. As I have been called in my intervention, I'm going to focus on the global liquidity, financial stability issue, answering three questions. What are the global financial conditions for coping with this crisis? Secondly, how do they affect emerging markets and developing economies? And thirdly, how is the IMF helping its members? So let me first stress that actions taken after the global financial crisis to strengthen financial sector resilience are paying off. Banks are well capitalized. Macroprudential regulation provides much needed protection. And crucially, central banks responded swiftly and forcefully to the dramatic shock of this crisis, as in February and March, volatility spiked, liquidity deteriorated significantly, and massive asset market dislocations materialized. So what central banks have done, especially major central banks, by cutting interest rates, purchasing over $4 trillion of assets and announcing more purchases to come, introducing foreign currency swap lines, all that helped to massively reduce the strain on financial markets and to ease global financial conditions. But we are not out of the woods yet. Financial conditions remain dependent on uncertain economic and health developments. And countries are now facing the prospects of rising bankruptcies, which could affect banks, particularly banks with weaker buffers. And this is why a very important point to be made and repeated again and again is the necessity of fiscal measures to continue to build that bridge over the standstill. Especially necessary is financial support for workers and small and medium-sized enterprises. So far, global actions are unseen before, $9 trillion of fiscal measures, and more will have to be done. Let me move to what all does that mean for emerging markets and developing economies. As our moderator rightly pointed out, in the first 2 months of the crisis, of this incredible shock, we have seen unbelievable flight to safety. $100 billion left emerging markets and developing economies, more than 3 times the level that occurred during the global financial crisis. But with the massive increase in liquidity, especially by major central banks, and the provision of swap lines for some emerging markets, we have seen, thankfully, a reversal of this trend. Emerging economies with sound fundamentals are now able to return to markets and issue bonds. In fact, in April and in May until today, emerging market sovereigns have raised some $77 billion in debt issuance, mainly driven by investment-grade sovereigns, which makes a very, very important point of the significance of strong fundamentals, of building resilience during good times. And that takes me to what is top of mind for us at the fund, and these are countries with weaker fundamentals, especially those that are saddened by high debt levels. They are dependent on commodity export or dependent on tourism. And of course, above all, war-affected countries that stepped into this crisis from a very tough position, like people that have weak immune systems at highest risk to the pandemic. Weaker economies are, of course, at highest risk to the economic shocks. So from commodity exporters in sub-Saharan Africa to the tourism-dependent Caribbean, the home of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, we expect to see their worst GDP growth outcome in decades and a large decline in per capita income. So it is paramount to focus on this group of countries in three respects. One, make sure that we work hard towards debt sustainability. Two, that they have access to financial lifelines with emphasis on access to grant and concessional resources. And three, work, even during this crisis, work with countries to improve the conditions for private sector-led growth, underpin growth for the future. Which brings me to the third question. What is the IMF doing in this crisis? Well, we are working 24/7, all hands on deck. We are leaning in this crisis with everything we have, with the strong commitment of our institution. We are providing emergency financing on unprecedented scale, already disbursed $22 billion to 60 countries, and we are receiving and processing new requests. Never before we have done so much, so fast. We are tripling our concessional lending capacity. I stressed, for the countries at highest need, at highest risk, concessional resources, grant resources are critical. And we are also providing immediate debt relief to 27 of our poorest members. We are deploying a full range of tools, in particular the use of precautionary arrangements for countries with strong fundamentals. We are exploring how to deploy SDRs to support low-income and small economies. Together with the World Bank, we strongly support the G20 debt service suspension initiative that can make significant contribution to eligible low-income countries. Let me finish by stating we are at the service of our members to fight the crisis, and I want to stress, to underpin sustainable and inclusive global recovery. After the global financial crisis, our shareholders very smartly quadrupled our lending capacity. We now have $1 trillion, and we are committed to use as much as necessary to help our members. Working with you, working together, the best memorial we can all build for those who lost their lives to the pandemic is to build a more resilient and more prosperous world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgieva. Moving directly to the second topic, the debt vulnerability. Previous speakers have emphasized that high levels of debt service and possible debt distress impede the ability of countries to respond to the pandemic and to invest in recovery and the implementation of the SDGs. I now invite our second panelist, Mr. Tijani Tham, the Special Envoy of the African Union on COVID-19, to address the issue of debt vulnerability. Thank you. Mr. Thiam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. Like those who preceded me, I would like to thank Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holmes, and the Secretary General Guterres for convening this meeting. It's a privilege for me to address this assembly as an African Union Special Envoy. I'm one of 5, together with Donald Kaberuka, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Abdirahman Ben Kalfa, and Trevor Manuel. And also salute all the African heads of state present here, including my President Ouattara from Côte d'Ivoire. Africa is at the crossroads. It's been my belief that the 21st century can be the African century. A lot of that will depend on how we navigate the next 2 or 3 years. Africa had been producing a strong economic performance for the last 20 years, and we had been able to improve a lot of the 1.3 billion Africans. We are hit by an exogenous shock, and there has been no mismanagement of our economies, but we have to deal with this and deal with this decisively. We see as special envoys our mission as ensuring human development in Africa, and we see the debt issue in that context. We need to make sure that there is no permanent economic damage to Africa as a result of an exogenous shock, and possibly turn this crisis into an opportunity by making African economies more resilient to shocks if we manage to treat the debt issue more effectively. So what's happened is quite drastic and unprecedented. We've seen capital outflows. I had $90 billion. Christina just said $100 billion. So it's actually more than I thought. Absolutely unprecedented level of capital outflows, collapse of tourism revenues, collapse in commodity prices, particularly oil, collapse in activity, which leads to a very drastic reduction in government revenue at a time when expenditures are high and resilient, either for the debt service or for the health expenditures necessary to fight COVID-19. So in that context, we salute the decision made by the G20. The debt standstill. It's a very good first step, but more is necessary. The moratorium provides welcome relief, but we need more resources, and we need possibly restructuring and cancellations of debt in a number of cases. Capital needs to flow into Africa, not out of Africa. That is the only condition so that we can recover from this crisis and then continue on a path of growth. So concretely, we're fully supportive of the IMF proposals on the DTS. We think that's very important to mobilize more resources for Africa. We also believe that IDA, on top of the measures already taken, should front load its resources this year to a tune of $15 billion or so. And we also think that a supplemental IDA will be very important in this context, as well as the extension of the standstill, which right now only goes to the end of this year. A 2-year standstill across the board is what we think is necessary for Africa. And in this context, we need to focus on vulnerability, not just income per capita, because there are middle-income countries in Africa that have been doing well, but who need decisive support. We believe that about 60% of the poor in Africa live in middle-income countries. So middle-income countries are not insulated from poverty and have to deal with some very serious poverty challenges. In that context, commercial debt is crucial. We have engaged a dialogue with private creditors and the IIF, I believe Tim Adams is speaking after me, to reprofile the debt. We believe there are innovative solutions that people have called for, but we can implement there, but they will need a degree of support and guarantees and credit enhancement, which can only be provided by the public sector. So this is something that is very important for us and that we'll continue pushing to put Africa on a path of growth, of inclusive growth and more sustainable growth. Again, capital must flow into Africa, not out of Africa. DTS, IDA, and resolving the commercial debt are the 3 legs of the actions that will take us there. In return, and I'll mention this, but we're very committed to transparency. It is very important that the mobilized resources are shown to be put to use effectively and efficiently. And it is also important that we have full transparency on the mobilization of resources for Africa. And we want again to salute the work done by the UN, by the IMF, and the World Bank in that context. So To close, I will say that we need decisive action on the debt. We need more resources so that we can deal with the current crisis from a health perspective and an economic perspective by having increased fiscal space, that we can recover from this crisis, return Africa to growth, so we can improve the living conditions of now 1.3 billion Africans. And actually, beyond Africa, we can improve and reduce poverty around the world and leave nobody behind. This crisis cannot be resolved if it's not resolved absolutely everywhere. That is the price to pay to allow us to spread peace, stability, and prosperity around the world. So with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thiam. Turning now to the next question, that of the engagement of private sector creditors, we have seen the commercial debt of developing countries increasing more than fourfold over the last decade. Private sector creditors, therefore, have to be an essential part of the solution to the debt situation and to financing the future. I now invite Mr. Tim Adams, the President of the Institute of International Finance, to take the floor. Mr. Adams?
Great. Thank you, Elliot, and thank you to the Secretary General and the Prime Ministers involved. It's a real honor to be here today to address the UN. The Institute of International Finance is a global association representing over 450 of the world's largest financial institutions, headquartered in over 70 countries. One of the most significant and historic roles of the IF is to monitor and assess global debt levels. In fact, our origin comes from the Latin America debt crisis of the 1980s. Over the past decade, we have witnessed an unparalleled surge in debt, including sovereign, corporate, and household debt. Global debt is now a staggering and record 320, up 40 percentage points since 2008. This surge occurred in both mature and emerging markets, with the biggest drivers being sovereigns in the mature markets and sovereigns, corporates, and state-owned enterprises in the emerging markets. In fact, emerging market debt is now also a historic level of 220% of GDP, up 70 points since 2009. We also witnessed a similar trend in the IDA-eligible countries, where the full 73 have an external debt of over 700 billion, and that's doubled since 2009. And then if you just look at the subset, the 46 countries that have external commercial credit, long-term credit, that has increased fourfold over this period of time. So a huge surge in debt globally. During the same period, the suppliers of credit also changed, and now a few key creditors, especially official creditors, are playing an increasingly dominant role, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Commercial credit also shifted from bank lending to capital markets, as well as other forms of credit, such as commodity houses. This brings me to today. It's been 17 weeks since the World Health Organization declared a public health emergency of global concern, and approximately 6 weeks since the G20 announced an economic and financial response, including support for IDA-eligible countries. This response has come in the form of a proposed short-term debt service suspension, one that we support. Given the IF's role as a trusted interlocutor and partner to the official sector, we were called upon to explore what role the private sector might play in this endeavor. And we welcome the call. We appreciate being a part of this great effort. Over these weeks, we have assembled over 100 of the largest, most active international creditors for the in-scope countries, representing over $45 trillion worth of assets under management, and acted as a clearinghouse of ideas, commentary, inquiry, and technical and legal expertise. We are today, as I speak actually, presenting to the G20 the latest iteration of our efforts, a terms of reference framework to facilitate private sector involvement in the DSSI. I regard this framework, our toolkit, as a solid achievement, but we will monitor and adjust as necessary based on feedback and real-world experience. And as Tijan noted, we do need official support, especially in terms of credit enhancement, in order to achieve some of the objectives laid out in the G20 communique in terms of reference. As we move forward, it's important that I share a few critical observations that I have gleaned from the past few weeks. One is that while we have over the past 30 years developed experience-honed private sector tools, protocols, and instruments to work through a sovereign insolvency crisis, we lack equally refined tools to quickly respond to the current phenomenon of debt service standstills, especially those precipitated by a catastrophic event. This is fertile ground for future work. notably contractual, guarantee, and insurance instruments. And this will become ever more important as we experience likely climate-related events in the future. 2, the heterogeneity and the distinct features of the IDA countries and the diversity of the creditors, instruments, objectives, and legal regimes make systemic one-size-fits-all responses highly impractical. While regarded as suboptimal, a case-by-case framework is what we have and will have for the foreseeable future. We must embrace it and make it work. 3, many IDA countries have taken years to establish themselves as attractive destinations for international capital that fueled development and that raised living standards. These countries are reliant on commercial flows for short-term liquidity and to finance trade, intermediate goods, and long-term capital projects, and to become and remain competitive. Countries want to remain in good standing with their creditors and credit rating agencies, which is very important, and maintain market access at an affordable cost of capital. Thus, we must tread carefully to avoid spooky markets triggering capital flight, downgrades, defaults, cross defaults, or ejection from indices, and a spike in the cost of funding. As the old saying goes, capital is a coward, and it goes where it's treated well, and it flees where it's treated badly. Accordingly, we must ask each individual country, what is it that you need, and what is it that you want? And we must listen respectfully and carefully to each country's response. In return, we should ask borrowers and all creditors, including non-Paris Club creditors, for greater debt transparency. We are at an inflection point, and now is a time for action and accountability on debt transparency. And I call upon the UN and the IMF and the World Bank and the OECD and others speaking today for a new and more effective effort on debt transparency. And I know Kristalina cares about this. I know David Malpass cares about it, and António Gurria cares. And I appreciate and am thankful for all of your input. But it's time that we move forward. In conclusion, let me say, as responsible citizens and stakeholders, it is imperative that we help and support the most vulnerable during this devastating moment of our history. However, we should follow the Hippocratic Oath and pledge to first do no harm. It would be tragic if we ended up compounding these countries' problems, irrespective of our good intentions. To that end, we should recognize that debt relief is a means, not an end of itself. And 2, we should ask and listen to the countries in question and recognize that continued market access and access to capital and greater transparency are critical ingredients to stability, sustainability, and prosperity, not only today, but in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. This crisis has also highlighted the importance of enhancing external finance for development, for inclusive growth, for gender equality, for creating jobs. I now invite Mr. David Malpass, the President of the World Bank Group, to address our next topic, that of external finance and remittances for inclusive growth. Mr. Malpass, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge the UN Secretary General, the heads of state, and all the fellow panelists and excellencies who are participating in today's UN event. I'd particularly like to commend Kristalina Georgieva for her leadership, energy, and results. Our two institutions, the IMF and the World Bank Group, are working closely together on financial and economic challenges, including and especially those affecting the world's poor. The reduction of extreme poverty and the achievement of shared prosperity and faster, sustainable growth is the mission of the World Bank Group. Our offices around the world, including in many of the most fragile countries, are working on a daily basis with the IMF to find specific paths to better development outcomes. I encourage everyone here to look for active steps that they can take to help in this effort. A lot of energy has gone into discussing development goals in this forum. I worry that many of the goals are not being met, and I would like to see much more focus, time, and energy spent on taking action. Beginning in March, the World Bank Group launched exceptional financing to respond to COVID-19. We wanted to achieve fast, broad action around the world, recognizing that the COVID-19 crisis needs to be addressed everywhere. Last week, we were able to announce a milestone. We have emergency health operations approved and up and running in over 100 developing countries. We've also embedded in this program a framework for finance that almost all of your organizations and countries can access to directly address the health emergency. We invite your co-financing, parallel financing, and joint purchasing through these programs. They took a tremendous amount of effort by World Bank staff and by people in the developing countries. They coordinated efforts, and I invite everyone to participate in these programs. Building on this first response, we are undertaking new support programs that in coming weeks will help developing countries overcome the pandemic and reclaim focus on growth and sustainable development. We committed early in the crisis to providing large additional financial resources for the world's poorest countries during this difficult time. These steps won't be enough given the combination of a severe health crisis, a deep global recession, and unprecedented societal impacts. Our programs are working to address as many of these problems as we can, and I invite you to join in these efforts with additional financing. Our April estimates show that the pandemic and the economic shutdown of the advanced economies will push 60 million people into extreme poverty in 2020, increasing the number of the world's population living on less than $1.90 per day towards 700 million people, and causing the poverty rate to rise for the first time since 1998, when the Asian financial crisis hit. I worry that these numbers will go higher. School closures in 191 countries are affecting 1.5 billion people. Reduced incomes for migrant workers will lower the remittance flows back to home countries, while migrant labor shortages in the agricultural sector of advanced economies pose food supply risks. The wide spillover from the pandemic and the shutdown in advanced economies hits the poor and vulnerable, women, children, elderly, and healthcare workers hardest, deepening the inequality from lack of development and making the health crisis even worse. Millions of people in East Africa are facing a triple crisis: the health emergency, the global recession, and locust swarms that are threatening food security and livelihoods. We've approved and begun the implementation of a regional program focused on the locust crisis. There's an urgent need for additional financial action through the pathways that we have available, and I again invite you to join that financing effort. The World Bank Group is working to help countries boost health spending, strengthen social safety nets, maintain both public services and private sector that creates jobs and counters financial disruptions. We're able to deploy as much as $160 billion by June 2021, including the front loading of $51 billion worth of grants and highly concessional resources from the IDA-19 replenishment. The other multilateral development banks have committed to adding another $80 billion to the MDB response, bringing the total to $240 billion. Still, that won't be enough. I was among the first to call for a debt moratorium for the IDA countries plus Angola, along with Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of the IMF. We strongly welcomed the prompt support of the G20 countries for a suspension of debt service by all official creditors, which included G20 endorsement for comparable treatment by commercial creditors. I have been vocal in stating that all official bilateral creditors should participate, that commercial creditors should also participate on comparable terms and not exploit the debt relief of others, and that much more is needed, including longer-term debt service relief and, in many cases, permanent and significant debt reduction. The World Bank is supporting countries that are participating in the moratorium. Already, it appears that half of all IDA countries are proceeding with the moratorium and more are joining each day. Debt and investment transparency are also essential to support greater investment and growth. Transparency is vital to ensuring accountability, developing reliable estimates of debt sustainability, and will bring in new high-quality investment. So I invite the UN and its agencies to join Kristalina and me in providing a clear voice for these initiatives, including the participation by all official creditors and treatment by commercial creditors. I welcomed President Xi Jinping's recent commitment to China's full participation in the debt moratorium. I listened with interest to the comments by the Institute of International Finance just now, and particularly to the strong points on debt transparency. I invite commercial creditors to agree on terms of reference to encourage their participation, especially given the focus of the initiative on debt relief for the IDA countries, the world's poorest. I'd like to address directly the continuing calls by some parts of the United Nations to extend the moratorium to debt repayments to multilateral development banks. This would be harmful to the world's poorest countries. MDBs depend on financial markets, and instability in the payment stream would have a negative impact to the flows to client countries. Very quick negative impact in my view. Our focus is on providing large net positive inflows to the world's poorest countries. We need to focus our collective efforts in this direction and raise maximum funds for poor countries. Let me conclude by encouraging that we communicate as clearly as possible and work together as much as possible to achieve the goals of sustainable development. As I mentioned above, the UN's occasional calls for MDB debt suspension would be harmful to the world's poorest countries. Similarly, and I apologize, but I need to do this, recent incorrect statement by the United Nations regarding the World Bank's involvement as an observer to Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan's negotiations regarding the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam are not helpful. The World Bank is committed to cooperation, to international coordination, to alleviating extreme poverty, boosting shared prosperity, and seeking much better outcomes for people in developing countries. We work with United Nations on a daily basis, the World Food Program, the UNICEF on enhancing digital connectivity, including digital learning tools, the WHO and other partners to speed up the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. So in conclusion, I want to again emphasize the importance of focusing on financial pathways that are available that can be expanded dramatically by this group, the people in this conference, and we welcome those efforts. We're ready. We have 100 programs, more than 100 now, up and operating, and we invite participation in those and the future financing efforts for the world's poorest countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Malpass. Let me invite now Mr. Angel Gurria, the Secretary General of the OECD, to take the floor on the question of closing off the leakages of illicit financing flows which undermine the domestic resource mobilization of developing countries. Mr. Gurria, you have the floor.
Secretary General Guterres, dear leaders, we need to expand fiscal space and ensure that developing countries recover, but that they are better placed to mobilize domestic resources and, of course, to tackle illicit flows. The OECD is proposing that we join forces in a concerted push to revitalize the international tax agenda, laying the foundations for a global recovery that is resilient, that is inclusive, and that is green. Concretely, I am proposing that we work in a matter of weeks to deliver an ambitious plan of action to be designed by developing countries for developing countries. And let me share some initial thoughts on what such a plan might contain. First, we need to accelerate the implementation of automatic exchange of information, making tax evasion a thing of the past. If ever there was a time to get the job done, it is now. And we've made a good start. 160 countries are already implementing the international tax transparency standards. Now, over 100 countries are already applying those standards automatically. And that means that information of more than 50 million bank accounts, and actually rising very, very fast, we'll soon give numbers of an update, are being shared, and they are worth more than 5 trillion euros so far, and that is going to rise also very fast. So know where to hide. Now, but more must be done to ensure that developing countries benefit fully from these developments. Second, we need to put an end to opaque fiduciary and corporate structures. The issue of beneficial ownership needs to be tackled head-on, and we need to strengthen the standard. Third, we need to roll out a whole-of-government approach to tackling tax evasion and other financial crimes. We need to break down silos, and this will bring with it significant gains. Fourth, we need a new action plan on base erosion and profit shifting, BEPS. This will boost the ability of developing countries to tax multinationals. We know that aggressive tax avoidance by multinationals hit developing countries particularly hard because they rely so heavily on corporate income taxes. Countries are losing up to $240 billion every year. Again, we're not starting from scratch. We're not proposing to start something from the very beginning. I believe that in a matter of weeks, because of all the elements that we already have in place, we could together come up with a blueprint for such a plan. Fifth, I propose a rapid scaling up of the Tax Inspectors Without Borders program. This is a program that we operate together with the UNDP, together with the United Nations. And the idea would be that beyond audits and beyond tax collection in developing countries, it could address illicit financial flows, particularly tax and crime investigations, and the use of data exchanged automatically between countries. It's one thing to have international rules. That is fine. But it's another to have the know-how to take advantage of them, to implement them. To date, Tax Inspectors Without Borders has delivered $1.7 billion in assessed revenues for the treasuries of developing countries. We can bring this to scale fast. These are only initial ideas, Secretary General, your leaders, but I hope that with the collective wisdom of you, the leaders gathered here today, but with the energy and dedication of your finance ministers, we can actually deliver together. So please count on the OECD to work with you and for you in this endeavor. Let's recover better, and let's keep the SDGs and the planet in our priorities and in our sights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gurria. To wrap up our panel discussion, Mr. Mark Carney, the Special Envoy of the Secretary General on Climate Action and Finance, will address the topic on recovering better for sustainability. Mr. Carney, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness, Secretary General, thank you for your leadership. And may I commend my fellow panelists for their leadership, their initiatives. And let me start also by just emphasizing, which I think is obvious, that every element of these 6 initiatives are connected. They are self-reinforcing. We need all of them in order to build back better. Nations have rightly focused and prioritized the health of their citizens and then look to minimize or mitigate the economic consequences. But as we move from response to recovery, this is the chance for our objectives to be bolder, and I am encouraged by the scale of ambition evinced today by various leaders. I join David Malpass and others in the focus now on action in order to realize those ambitions. And in order to add some substance to that, I want to do 2 things. First, just say a couple of words on context, and then turn to how potentially to seize this historic opportunity. First, with respect to context, we have to learn from this COVID crisis. It proves we can't wish away systemic risks. It's much, much cheaper, much more effective to invest up front in order to avoid disaster. And so it is with climate change, a crisis which also involves the entire world, but one from which no one can self-isolate. Secondly, we have to put resilience at the heart of economic decision-making. I would caution that at least as we're coming out of this crisis, some of traditional stimulus measures will be less effective than usual. Think of income transfers or temporary tax cuts because they will be dampened by heightened risk aversion. Most of our populations have had brushes with unemployment or are experiencing unemployment. They have anxieties about access to healthcare. There will be less consumption, more caution, more savings in response to some of these traditional stimulus measures. And then the third point of context is that this crisis is accelerating structural changes in a number of our economies. The movement from shifting atoms to bits, think e-commerce, e-learnings, UN meetings such as this, e-health, the transformation of supply chains to more local and resilient from global and just in time, and wholesale restructuring of many heavy emitter industries from airlines to energy. That will come. And certainly, almost without exception, it's not just an issue at the national level, but at the company level, there will be much more debt for everybody. Okay. So that creates a strategic opportunity. In fact, first, a moral imperative. It's been touched on by a number of speakers. The great need that's developed. Tijan just spoke eloquently of some of the issues in Africa that are potentially coming. But also, our citizens have made a number of sacrifices, and they're demanding action for recovery that takes into account of their priorities, including those embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. There is a strategic opportunity here as well, though, because virtually every company on the planet is going to have to adjust their strategy. If they had the right strategy coming into this crisis, given the scale of change in these new economic drivers, they will need to adjust those strategies, and they will take into account your priorities, your policies when doing so, and their private capital can amplify and accelerate your efforts. So let me turn to the way forward. Countries will need to use all of their policy instruments, from direct fiscal initiatives to regulatory and to financial instruments. By acting together, we can have higher spillovers, as we saw in 2009. We have to be careful not to withdraw that stimulus too soon, as we saw shortly thereafter. Starting on fiscal, public investments in all forms of capital will be needed: human, natural, and physical, and particularly sustainable infrastructure, skills and education and training, and on natural capital, biodiversity, nature-based solutions. As others know well, this is on the order of 3 to 4 trillion a year of what's required in energy infrastructure, sustainable energy infrastructure alone. And this is an enormous boost, potential boost for the global economy. We should not repeat the error, in retrospect, the error of the physical infrastructure spending post-global financial crisis, where on average, and there were exceptions to this, but on average, only 1 in 6
dollars spent went into sustainable infrastructure. In addition, in line with the advice of the IMF and others, tax and benefit policies should address poverty reduction and inequalities while incentivizing low carbon growth, including through carbon pricing where possible, and a phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies. We have a historic opportunity to phase out fossil fuel subsidies and also a fiscal requirement for a number of countries around the world. But I think we have to recognize that, the efforts of the multilateral development banks and the IMF will be critical, and of direct aid. Fiscal resources will be limited in virtually every country, so we will need to amplify those efforts through regulatory policy, helping to frame the type of economies that we want. So now is the time for mandates around low or zero emission vehicles, fuel mandates for the transportation sector, building codes, retrofits, all these elements. You see them in a variety of initiatives, and including in things like the European Green Deal. These will be critical to help direct private investment. And of course, on a macro level, we have to give not just clear signals, but put money behind the frameworks of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Let me finish up on finance and say a couple words on finance. We can use this as an opportunity, as others have spoken, to decisively accelerate the shift of public international finance through the MDBs, through the IMF, in support of the SDGs. Others have spoken about the needs and modalities of debt relief. I would join those calls. Also, I would mention on resources. I'm encouraged by the progress the IIF appears to have made, but of course, in debt relief, it's only over when it's over and needs to move forward. But we can accelerate private capital flows. This is the critical aspect through other means. First, now's the time for mandatory climate disclosure by major companies in advanced economies. We've already seen a number of jurisdictions move on this. Canada, as part of their conditionalities around COVID relief, has done so to its credit. New Zealand, the EU, others following suit. This is important, and I'll get to why this is important in a moment for everybody, not just these companies. Because there's a second element. I mentioned new strategies for virtually every company around the planet. Well, in 125 member states, net zero is a legislated objective of those countries. So if you are rewriting your strategy as a company in a net zero country, you should have a strategy for net zero, and you should publish it. And if that strategy also includes so-called scope 3 emissions, which means your entire supply chain, then that drives capital flows across the world, including in developing economies, and the type of investment that we need in order to achieve Paris and in order to reinforce the SDGs. And there's a third opportunity here. I spoke earlier about natural capital and investment in natural capital. Well, we have not yet built a proper market for nature-based solutions, a cross-border market for nature-based solutions. These are potentially enormous capital flows to emerging and developing economies. These are the best jurisdictions to receive these capital flows. And what climate disclosure and getting companies in advanced economies to have transition plans does is it creates an enormous demand, a need, in fact, for them to invest in your economies if we can set up these markets. So now's the time to add this to the types of flows that we have. It's absolutely essential we have official flows and that they're ramped up. It's absolutely essential that we take advantage of programs such as some that David Malpass mentioned that provide opportunities for blended finance, but we need these broader flows in order to accomplish our broader objectives. We want to make sure that every private financial decision takes climate into account, takes the SDGs into account, as Prime Minister Holness emphasized. We need to use the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, COP26, and the Decade of Action for the SDGs to help put in place the right market and regulatory frameworks so private capital does what it does best and flows to where it's needed most. With that, I will hand back to you, Elliot, and thank you all for your initiative. I look forward to working with you together to turn these words into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carney. This concludes, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the high-level panel segment of our event. I wish to thank our distinguished panelists for their presentations and their invaluable insights and the contributions they've made to the overall discussions. The high-level segment will continue immediately after this panel, and I hand over the moderation of the segment to Mr. Stéphane Dujarric, the spokesperson of the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Stéphane, over to you.
Thank you very much, Elliot, and thank you to the panelists for this discussion, and I welcome you back to the high-level event. We shall now hear statements from heads of states and government and high-level officials in accordance with the list of speakers. And just a quick reminder to participants to please limit your statements to 3 minutes, and I appeal to you to deliver your statements at moderate speed to allow interpreters to do their job. Thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. President, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je voudrais saluer et remercier le Premier ministre Trudeau, le Premier ministre Holness et le Secrétaire général, mon ami Guterres, pour cette invitation et pour l'opportunité offerte pour échanger sur cet important sujet, le financement du développement dans le contexte de la COVID-19. Je salue également tous les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, ainsi que les éminents participants. J'ai une pensée pour toutes les victimes de la COVID-19 et je présente mes condoléances à leurs familles et à leurs proches. Je dois dire qu'en Afrique, dès le début de cette pandémie, il y a eu une grande réactivité dans la plupart des pays africains. Il a commencé avec la mise en œuvre de mesures adaptées au contexte africain. Et en général, il n'y a pas eu de nombreux cas de confinement systématique, comme nous avons vu ailleurs dans d'autres régions du monde. Nous avons également procédé à l'instauration de concertations, aussi bien régionales et sous-régionales, pour un partage de bonnes pratiques. Et je crois que cela a été très utile, aussi bien dans le domaine de la mise en œuvre que de la mobilisation de nos experts et des scientifiques. Les États ont adopté des plans de riposte sanitaire, économique et sociaux pour lutter contre la pandémie et limiter ses effets sur les populations et sur l'économie. Et à ce titre, je voudrais signaler que la Côte d'Ivoire a adopté très rapidement un plan de 3 milliards de dollars américains, environ 5% du PIB, pour la réponse sanitaire. Et ceci a permis de mettre à disposition plus de 1000 lits, la construction de 13 centres de dépistage, la réhabilitation de nombreux hôpitaux et centres de santé, et surtout le soutien humanitaire aux populations, mais également un soutien important à l'économie. Et ceci a été fait et réparti sur 4 fonds qui sont en train d'être exécutés. Au regard des efforts financiers consentis dans les pays d'Europe, d'Amérique et d'Asie pour soutenir leurs économies, il apparaît évident que l'après-Covid en Afrique nécessite dès à présent une réflexion globale sur la problématique du financement des économies africaines. Et je voudrais en cela saluer l'initiative prise par le Premier ministre du Canada, M. Justin Trudeau, le Premier ministre de la Jamaïque, Andrew Holness, et le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, M. António Guterres. Il est évident que les pays ont des défis importants et que néanmoins le monde est global et nous devons penser aux pays les moins favorisés. Et donc je m'inscris dans les grandes lignes des propositions faites par mon frère, le président Cyril Ramaphosa, président de l'Afrique du Sud et président de l'Union africaine. Et notez que la COVID-19 nous donne l'occasion de réaffirmer un certain nombre de grands principes et actions. Tout d'abord, nous devons réaffirmer notre engagement collectif autour des objectifs du développement durable. Et j'ai apprécié tout à l'heure les interventions qui ont été faites à ce sujet, notamment par mon ami le secrétaire général Guterres. Bien évidemment, nous devons continuer de lutter contre la pauvreté, la précarité et les inégalités dans le monde. Nous devons investir dans les systèmes de santé et de l'éducation. Et cette crise, comme la précédente avec l'Ebola, a montré que la fragilité d'un certain nombre de pays, notamment la fragilité du système de santé dans un certain nombre de pays, notamment au niveau du continent africain. Je me réjouis de dire qu'en ce qui concerne l'Ebola, la Côte d'Ivoire n'a pas eu un seul cas d'Ebola grâce à la mobilisation du système et des acteurs de santé. Nous devons bien évidemment renforcer la coopération et la solidarité internationale entre les pays. Et c'est ce que nous faisons et c'est ce que nous avons fait pendant la précédente crise concernant l'Ebola. Nous réaffirmons notre engagement pour une économie verte et des financements durables. Et je voudrais insister tout particulièrement sur les politiques qui doivent permettre la création d'emplois, notamment pour les jeunes et les femmes. Bien évidemment, toute chose a une contrepartie. Cette crise nous donne une opportunité et est un défi important pour l'humanité, pour que nous puissions donner la place qu'il faut aux jeunes et aux femmes dans notre société. Donc la COVID-19 nous donne l'opportunité de réaffirmer notre attachement au multilatéralisme et à la coopération internationale. Et là, je m'adresse aux grands pays, ceux du G7 et du G20, pour dire que la coopération internationale ne doit pas être un vain mot et que consacrer 0,7% du PIB pour les plus riches au développement et à l'aide pour les pays les plus pauvres devient une obligation pour permettre à l'humanité de voir les maux que nous vivons actuellement s'amoindrir au niveau donc de certains continents et des pays les plus pauvres. Je voudrais terminer en saluant le secrétaire général, le Premier ministre Trudeau et le Premier ministre de Jamaïque d'avoir pris cette initiative. Je vous remercie.
I want to thank very much the President Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana and the co-chair of the UN SDG Advocates. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, I'm grateful to the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica, the UN Secretary General for the very useful initiative of this meeting. I begin by thanking the IMF and the World Bank for stepping up to work so effectively with Africa in this hour of need, particularly by recognizing the proactive work of Christiana Alana Georgieva in the past 8 weeks, in which the fund has disbursed nearly $8 billion, nearly $20 billion. This is in sharp contrast to the fund's disbursement of some $2 to $3 billion a year over the past few years. What then is the vision for a new multilateral system to support Africa and the developing world, which represents 70% of the world's population and about 30% of global GDP in this new era? There is the need for fresh capital. And although the IMF has identified the need for 2.5 trillion United States dollars for this fight, there's currently barely a stock of 500 billion United States dollars. Thus, the need to issue new special drawing rights or unbundle up unused SDRs, as is being promoted by President Macron and the IMF. Lack of liquidity will cascade Africa into a series of defaults and the grave depression from this recession, all its obvious implications for stability on the continent and indeed in the world. There should be a coordinated effort to join the AU and AU finance ministers for an SDDR drive for fresh money and liquidity to support the estimated $100 billion United States dollars proposed by Africa's finance ministers. Debt relief is clearly also necessary to create the fiscal space to support a robust recovery program. 10 to 15% of Africa's GDP impacted. Africa does not have the fiscal space to service its debt. There's need for global forbearance from all countries, from the United States to China, also private creditors to acknowledge this and demonstrate their commitment to building a stronger Africa. We should examine urgently the possibility of creating a special purpose vehicle which will have a full AAA guarantee from multilateral and selected countries to bundle Africa's restructured debt with a 2 to 3 year moratorium to provide the required fiscal space for the stabilization and recovery period. Such an SB is proposed by Africa's finance minister to borrow up to $50 billion for Africa and avoid potential defaults, credit downgrades, and loss of market access for African countries. Lastly, the need for international cooperation to stop the yearly flight of $50 billion of capital from Africa in illicit financial outflows has become imperative. The overarching objective of international cooperation has to be to ensure that this restructuring of the international financial architecture should advance the pursuit of the SDGs. We have all gone down together. We should all rise together. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Akufo-Addo. I will now introduce a video message from Her Excellency Simonetta Sommaruga, the President of the Swiss Confederation. Following her video message, we will hear from the President of Colombia and then the President of Georgia. Please play the Swiss video. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, dans mon pays, un pays riche, il y a de plus en plus de gens qui souffrent de la pauvreté. Certains font la queue pour obtenir un sac de nourriture. La crise du coronavirus frappe partout. Et comme souvent, ce sont les plus faibles parmi nous qui souffrent le plus. En Suisse aussi. Pour sortir dignement de la crise, nous devons nous aider les uns les autres, faire preuve de solidarité. Seule la coopération de toute la communauté internationale nous permettra d'affronter la pandémie actuelle et ses conséquences. Je félicite le secrétaire général pour les initiatives de l'ONU dans la réponse à la COVID-19. Aujourd'hui, je souhaite souligner 3 points. Premièrement, la crise actuelle représente une occasion d'adopter un modèle de société plus durable, plus juste et capable de s'adapter aux changements à venir. Les objectifs de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable doivent guider notre action. La pandémie est liée à la pression exercée par les activités humaines sur les habitats naturels et la faune. Veillons donc à ce que nos investissements respectent l'environnement et l'accord de Paris sur le climat. Réduisons aussi les inégalités. Les femmes, par exemple, ont souvent un revenu inférieur à celui des hommes et beaucoup travaillent dans le secteur informel sans aucune sécurité sociale. Cette crise les affaiblit encore davantage. Deuxièmement, pour lutter contre la pauvreté, les migrants doivent pouvoir continuer à envoyer de l'argent chez eux. Des millions de familles en dépendent. Or, des dizaines de milliards de dollars n'ont pas pu être transférés en cette année 2020 en raison de la pandémie. La Suisse est préoccupée par cette chute des transferts de fonds des migrants. C'est pourquoi nous avons lancé la semaine dernière un appel conjoint avec le Royaume-Uni, 3 agences onusiennes, la Banque mondiale et des partenaires du secteur privé. Il s'agit d'améliorer l'accès à ces services et de réduire les taxes de transfert. Je vous invite tous à vous joindre à cet appel et remercie les pays qui l'ont déjà fait. Troisièmement, la COVID-19 augmente les besoins financiers des pays pour lutter contre la pandémie et ses effets. Face à une situation financière de plus en plus difficile dans de nombreux pays, la Suisse soutient l'initiative du G20 et du Club de Paris visant à suspendre temporairement les paiements de la dette des pays les plus pauvres. 75 ans après la fondation de l'ONU, la pandémie confirme l'importance et la nécessité de la coopération multilatérale. La Suisse fournit un financement d'urgence d'1 milliard de dollars au Fonds fiduciaire pour la réduction de la pauvreté et pour la croissance du FMI. En outre, elle contribue à hauteur de 400 millions de dollars à l'action internationale de lutte contre le virus. Je vous remercie.
To thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. It is now my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Iván Duque Márquez, the President of the Republic of Colombia. President, you have the floor.
Desde Colombia para todos ustedes, los jefes de Estado, mi saludo muy especial al secretario Guterres y a todos los participantes en este importante encuentro sobre el financiamiento para el desarrollo. La pandemia del COVID-19 constituye el reto más grande para el mundo, quizás después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Estamos hablando de una pandemia que afecta a los sistemas de salud, pero estamos hablando también de efectos que se sienten por muchas de las medidas que debemos adoptar para proteger la vida y la salud, que tienen repercusiones en el comercio, en el turismo, en el empleo. Y muchos países han visto afectadas severamente sus finanzas y sus capacidades de movilización económica. Por eso este es un foro supremamente importante, porque tenemos que prepararnos para enfrentar un nuevo normal, una nueva normalidad. Y eso implica que entendamos que así como hemos tomado medidas para proteger la vida y la salud, y hemos tomado medidas también para proteger a los más vulnerables. En el caso específico de Colombia, nosotros hemos tomado medidas oportuna y prontamente en materia de salud, que nos ha permitido tener una mortalidad por millón de habitantes, un número de contagios por millón de habitantes, un número de pacientes críticos por millón de habitantes, que nos permite transitar con optimismo, mas no con triunfalismo. Y hemos tomado medidas para llevarle recursos a más de 10 millones de familias vulnerables del país, para que puedan solventar su situación social en esta coyuntura. Y adicionalmente, como país, sumando los esfuerzos del gobierno nacional y los aportes de liquidez del Banco Central, hemos atendido esta situación con cerca del 11% del PIB en todo lo que son capacidades para atender la pandemia. Esos esfuerzos que hace Colombia son los mismos que han hecho muchos países. Y por eso, si vamos a hablar de financiamiento para el desarrollo, la invitación que yo quiero hacer puntualmente es
that we ensure that we reach a consensus in this context of financing for development so that we can make the best use of the various global credit agencies and so that we can have the best possible rates and timeframes for our financing for development so that we can ensure that countries' efforts so far
flexibles, pero que apunten también a una rápida recuperación. Y quiero hacer un especial énfasis también en una propuesta que ha sido ventilada por Carmen Reinhardt, la nueva economista jefe del Banco Mundial, y también el profesor Ken Rogoff de la Universidad de Harvard. Y es que necesitamos que después de todos estos esfuerzos que traerán aumentos en el endeudamiento, hagamos una transición para la sostenibilidad fiscal y social de nuestros países. Y eso implica que haya un consenso en el mediano plazo sobre cómo aliviar muchas de las tendencias de amortización de esas deudas para los países emergentes, de tal manera que podamos recuperar crecimiento rápidamente y que eso nos permita proteger eficazmente el desarrollo social. Esa apuesta la debemos concentrar todos para que tengamos un horizonte creíble y que nos permita cumplir las metas de desarrollo.
Way of achieving this aim, and so that we can be in line with the goals set out in the 2030 Agenda. As President of Colombia, I reiterate our commitment to continue to make progress in this agenda in the context of the new normal, to seek cooperation, to use the appropriate credit facilities, and of course that we also have a responsible, sustainable and credible discussion in the short and medium term where we can ensure that we recover. Once we have recovered from this pandemic, we see a situation in which countries do not see themselves stricken by debt, which may mean that they're unable to make the appropriate investment. Rather, we must have a path that we agree on to ensure that the fiscal burden on these countries is not too strong so that we can apply the appropriate sustainable development measures. Those were the points that I wished to make, Secretary General, and I wish to say that Colombia is committed to ensure that we ensure harmony between protecting health and lives. We must ensure that we emerge sustainably and in a responsible way from this crisis, focusing on discipline, solidarity, and having a society that engages in cooperation. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the President Duque Marquez of Colombia. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Salome Zurabishvili, the President of Georgia.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, the pandemic has challenged us all and revealed our strengths as well as our weaknesses. For Georgia, a small country, an emerging economy at the door of Europe, it has given us a number of important lessons. It has pinpointed the importance of professionalism and strong management, both for dealing with the crisis and for our future economic development. It has shown the importance to preserve the core elements of democracy. Transparency, proportionality, and accountability have been maintained, proving that democracies can effectively manage global challenges without renouncing their essence. It has also revealed and deepened the existing flaws in our economies, increased inequalities and poverty, environmental and social costs not properly accounted, that need to be effectively answered. It has finally confirmed what we already knew about the risks of excessive dependency in the supply chain and the additional humanitarian costs that conflicts and occupation cause in a time of pandemic. Looking at the future, we know that we have to adapt and change. In our approach to economy and growth, we have to find a new balance between growth and sustainability, between supporting individual skills and entrepreneurship and public support, between free trade and diversified partners. We're setting out on a strategy to develop safe tourism, new industries, together with a green economy that will preserve our biodiversity. Being a small and rather historically resilient country, we have both the size and the resources to become a laboratory for testing new models. Global disruptions are opening new alleys for small countries to engage into production. At the same time, we know that as a small country, we will face more difficulties in accessing capital markets and attracting foreign investment necessary to support the new industries and sustainable industries. We, however audacious or innovative, we cannot walk that road alone. This adaptation and rebalancing of our economies cannot be ours only. It has to be our common international endeavor. Those that predicted that the pandemic would lock us in a more egoist world have to be proven wrong. We need more solidarities at all levels. We need more multilateralism, not less, for cataclysms without borders can only be met by solidarity without borders. The United Nations have to be in the driving seat for revamping multilateralism. At the same time, we need more regional solidarities. And as Georgia has been, we are still looking towards a stronger Europe encompassing its neighbors. Multilateral assistance will have to find new instruments to support global economy as well as emerging economies. A new and comprehensive approach to the debt issues is needed. Innovative financing that we've been supporting all along has to be defined now. Ideas of a global relief initiative, a new Marshall Plan should all be explored and supported, for extraordinary times deserve extraordinary solutions. Sustainable growth is no longer a choice for tomorrow. SDGs are a necessity now. Necessity that our citizens, having lived through COVID, fully adhere to. We, as governments, should lead in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, and I want to thank also the Prime Minister of Canada and Jamaica for this very timely initiative. Thank you very much.
I want to thank President Zurabishvili of Georgia. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Your Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Your Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, Your Excellency António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Tijani Muhammad Bandi, President of the General Assembly, distinguished participants. The COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a huge downward spiral and negative impact on economic activities and growth. Today, the pandemic has emerged as the single most significant threat to the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Across Africa, like in many other places, the emerging scenarios of the pandemic is a sharp rise in deficit financing for the 2020 budget and a gloomy outlook. This is why I thank and commend the governors of this high level, the conveners of this high level event, the United Nations Secretary General and international partners for conceiving this forum at this time. For Nigeria, the shocks are multiple, including the sharp decline in international oil prices, which has negatively impacted revenues and growth, worsened external and domestic positions, and further increased banking sector vulnerabilities, resulting in enormous human and economic toll on the country. We have been proactive in implementing a number of strong measures, including fiscal, monetary, and structural policies, and a multi-pronged response to the health crisis created by COVID-19, which captures all tiers of government as well as the private sector. Our objective is to revert to the government's planned and medium-term fiscal consolidation path once the crisis is over. Our strategy for macroeconomic stability is anchored on our home-ground economic recovery and growth plan. As outlined in the economic recovery and growth plan, we are strengthening measures to pursue monetary and exchange rate policies in a manner that will facilitate adjustment to economic shocks, preserve foreign exchange reserves, and avoid economic dislocation. With an estimated population of 200 million and a large segment of economically vulnerable population, Nigeria has a high burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases.
Okay, I think we seem to have a technical problem with the feed from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We will see if we can reconnect him later. In the meantime, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Paul Polman, the Chair of the International Chamber of Commerce and a United Nations SDG advocate. Mr. Polman, you have the floor. Yeah. Thailand? Okay. All right.
Enter the event panelist.
We seem to have a problem. We will now go to a video message from His Excellency Prayut Chan-o-cha, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
ท่านผู้นำหัวหน้าองค์การระหว่างประเทศทั้งหลายและท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านการแพร่ระบาดของเชื้อโควิด -19 ครั้งนี้ส่งผลกระทบอย่างใหญ่หลวงต่อสวัสดิภาพวิถีชีวิตและเศรษฐกิจของคนทั้งโลกผมจึงเห็นว่าถึงเวลาแล้วที่ทุกประเทศจะต้องร่วมมือกันเพื่อประกันความมั่นคงทางสุขภาพและบรรเทาผลกระทบทางเศรษฐกิจและการเงินโดยเฉพาะต่อผู้ประกอบการรายย่อยและลูกจ้างที่รับผลกระทบหนักที่สุดผมขอเสนอ3ประเด็นที่สำคัญต่อการฟื้นตัวจากวิกฤตครั้งนี้ 1. การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19
The statement is being delivered in a language that is not an official language of the United Nations. As such, interpretation cannot be provided by UN staff interpreters.
สาธารณสุขอย่างเหมาะสมการมีระบบสาธารณสุขที่เข้มแข็ง
The statement is being delivered in a language that is not an official language of the United Nations. As such, interpretation cannot be provided by UN staff interpreters.
สำคัญที่ช่วยให้ไทยสามารถควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพทั้งนี้ผมเห็นว่าเพื่อการแก้ไขปัญหาที่ต้นตออย่างยั่งยืนการพัฒนาวัคซีนและยารักษาสำหรับโควิด -19 ควรจะต้องเป็นไปเพื่อประโยชน์ของสาธารณะทุกประเทศควรจะได้รับสิทธิในการเข้าถึงวัคซีนและยารักษาอย่างเท่าเทียมกัน 2. เพื่อบรรเทาผลกระทบต่อเศรษฐกิจไทยต้องการเห็นสภาพแวดล้อมทางการค้าและการลงทุนที่เป็นมิตรและการยึดมั่นในระบบการค้าพหุภาคีที่เปิดกว้างเพื่ออำนวยให้การค้าและการลงทุนระหว่างประเทศเดินหน้าต่อไปได้กล่าวคือต้องมีการฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจที่หยุดชะงักไปปรับเปลี่ยนการทำธุรกิจเพื่อฟันฝ่าวิกฤตและปรับการเชื่อมต่อระหว่างกันใหม่นอกจากนี้ผมหวังว่าองค์การระหว่างประเทศและสถาบันการเงินระหว่างประเทศจะช่วยรักษาเสถียรภาพของเศรษฐกิจและการเงินโลกเพื่อเป็นเครื่องจักรสำคัญที่จะช่วยเหลือประเทศกำลังพัฒนาและประเทศพัฒนาน้อยที่สุดอีกด้วย 3. วิกฤตนี้เป็นโอกาสที่เราสามารถวางแผนเพื่อการฟื้นตัวอย่างยั่งยืนเตรียมความพร้อมในการรองรับความปกติใหม่ก็คือเรื่องของการดูแลสภาพแวดล้อมและการใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างมีประสิทธิภาพมาตรการควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดของเชื้อโควิด -19 จะไม่ประสบความสำเร็จเลย หากไม่ได้รับความไว้วางใจและความร่วมมือจากประชาชนซึ่งสำหรับรัฐบาลไทยได้รับความร่วมมือจากประชาชนเป็นอย่างดียิ่งโดยรัฐบาลได้สื่อสารทำความเข้าใจกับประชาชนทุกวันรวมทั้งยังได้รับฟังความคิดเห็นของผู้เชี่ยวชาญด้านต่างๆเพื่อวางมาตรการรับมือกับวิกฤตและเตรียมฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจและความเป็นอยู่ของประชาชนให้ดียิ่งขึ้นต่อไปผมขอย้ำว่าประเทศไทยพร้อมที่จะร่วมมือกับประชาคมระหว่างประเทศเพื่อฟื้นฟูความเข้มแข็งให้กับเศรษฐกิจโลกและสร้างสังคมที่ดีและยั่งยืนขึ้นกว่าเดิมสุดท้ายนี้ผมขอขอบคุณนายกรัฐมนตรีแคนาดานายกรัฐมนตรีจาเมกาและเลขาธิการสหประชาชาติสำหรับความริเริ่มในการจัดกิจกรรมนี้ซึ่งเป็นช่วงเวลาที่เหมาะสมอย่างยิ่งที่เราจะร่วมกันหาแนวทางเพื่อรับมือและส่งเสริมให้เกิดการฟื้นตัวจากวิกฤตของการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 โดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังผมขอให้กิจกรรมนี้ประสบความสำเร็จและมีผลลัพธ์เป็นไปตามวัตถุประสงค์ที่ตั้งไว้ทุกประการครับขอบคุณครับ
Many countries has been to protect understandably.
Okay. Mr. Pullman, if I could ask you to please start over your remarks.
Repeatedly called on governments to reverse the counterproductive restrictions based on export of essential materials to fight the global spread of the virus. And make no mistake, we will continue to do so. The emergence of a vital and viable vaccine could trigger further beggar-thy-neighbor trade actions that we should strongly avoid. The leadership is urgently required from the G20 now, and more broadly, members of the WTO, to ensure that the access to a vaccine is not artificially restricted by trade restrictions. There is also an essential financing element to this agenda that should be well understood. Today, the international chambers of commerce are joining forces with Global Citizen to campaign for further financial commitments to ensure that everyone, everywhere, can have access to the medicines and diagnostics needed. This is not just a moral issue, but also a cast iron business case. Value chains will not be able to function effectively if there remain countries where the virus continues to spread. Cross-border food systems risk especially being affected. Many multiples of the $8 billion that have already been pledged will be required to ensure universal access to tests, treatments, and vaccines. G7 leaders can now consider themselves on notice that we expect them to make bold financial commitments to ensure this universal access at their summit next month. The ICC itself will also continue to roll out new tools and guidance to help business adopt best practices to protect their workforces in the absence of readily available vaccines. And the UN Global Compact has also rightly emphasized the heightened importance of responsible business conduct in the context of their 10 principles. On a similar theme of inclusion, we urge governments not to forget the financing needs of small businesses who have been deeply, deeply affected. Whilst we acknowledge the unprecedented response to date, the scale of the disruption means that further fiscal interventions will inevitably be needed to enable SMEs to weather the crisis. We estimate that a possible further $5 trillion of trade financing capacity will be needed in 2021 to restore global commerce to its pre-COVID levels. It is unlikely that commercial markets can satisfy this need without appropriate public support. In this connection, we urge governments to agree urgently on positive coordinated intervention to ensure that small businesses can access the credit needed to trade internationally once demand returns to the economy. Then finally, on developing countries, we must be given the fiscal space.
All right.
the trade union movements, and civil society to ensure that all developing economies in need receive appropriate forbearance from debt payments from both sovereign and private creditors. No government should be forced to choose between servicing debt requirements and protecting the lives and livelihoods of its citizens. In conclusion,
Thank you very much, Mr. Pullman, and I apologize for some of the technical glitches we've been having. Just as a reminder, we will try to post all the statements that have been heard on the UN's website where they can be read and for everyone to read. I now give the floor to His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, I thank the Prime Minister of Canada and Jamaica and the Secretary General of the United Nations for convening this meeting. Global trade, tourism, investments, and employment have come to a standstill. The pandemic has suddenly disrupted once sustainable businesses and economies to an unsustainable state of affairs. Countries which have been systematically reducing fiscal deficit have seen a reverse as real economy is no longer income and employment generating. Debt, which has also been on a declining trend, has seen a corresponding reversal. Banking is getting a hit as non-performing assets have risen and confronted with a liquidity crisis. Entire saving investment equation has collapsed, and this is why financing of development is a topic of relevance to the global economy. In Sri Lanka, main transmission channels through labor income, export-related income, tourism, and connected services have impacted our real economy. Loss of employment and livelihood is large. Whatever the difficulties we have confronted, our policy of people first cannot be compromised, as human development is the only asset we value most. As this is a crisis beyond the control of government and business, international support by way of unconditional budget support and compensatory debt deferment facilities for official debt will have to come from multilateral and bilateral official lenders so that private debt and equity markets will not lose confidence. The multilateral and bilateral official creditors to developing countries have a special responsibility to be innovative in creating such space for developing world to revive their economies and should not insist on normal conditionalities of lending. After all, most countries have honored their debt obligations, and time has come to provide new space through a decent haircut by official creditors. Our priority to develop agriculture and food security, environment conservation, renewable energy resources, digital economy and digital governance, rural economy and poverty reduction, market access to people and businesses community through improved connectivity to villages and creating green cities in line with our environment conservation strategies suffered a setback with almost 2 months lockdown in the economy. We have taken steps to ease restrictions from this week while keeping health quarantine standards to ensure community will not be vulnerable to COVID-19 health risks. However, as 2 months lost in the real economy and likely timeline to reach normalcy will be longer, external funding must be development-centric by all aspects of such facilities. The profiling of official debt and medium-term emergency budget support loans by each major bilateral and multilateral lenders will not only provide macroeconomic space to meet private debt obligations and relax trade and payment systems, but also restore confidence among private sector investment. I underscore the need for development financing when I spoke with His Excellency Xi Jinping, President of People's Republic of China, Prime Minister of India, Honorable Narendra Modi, and US National Security Advisor, Mr. Robert O'Brien. It is noted that middle-income countries seem to get subsumed under the overarching classification of developing countries, and thereby their requirements are not wholly met. The fast actions by large bilateral, multilateral agencies without placing conditionalities among themselves and coming forward as development partners in respective developing and middle-income economies is the responsibility of leading agencies and leaders of the world. This dialogue must concentrate on how developing and middle-income countries are assisted with emergency funding facility while encouraging countries to focus on human development aspects, including education, health, women and children, new export industries, food security and environment for a better and stable world. Excellencies, I conclude recalling the words of the Lord Buddha, Arogya Paramalabha, meaning of good health is the greatest gain. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to thank President Rajapaksa of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And before we move on, just a reminder to our distinguished guests to please mute your microphones unless you are speaking. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Lukashenko, the President of the Republic of Belarus. President, you have the floor. Okay. We appear to have a problem with the connection. I will now move on to Mr. Donald Kaberuka, the Special Envoy of the African Union on COVID-19. Mr. Kaberuka, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I join other speakers in commending the Prime Minister of Canada, Jamaica, and the SG of the UN for this initiative. Well done. The African Union Chair, President Ramaphosa, and the African leaders who spoke before me have said it all. So did my colleague Tijan Tiam. I will therefore, in the interest of time, be very brief, and I have only 2 points to make. The first point is that in 2015, when we met in Addis Ababa for financing for development, it was already clear that funding the Sustainable Development Goals would be a huge challenge. The clarion call then was from billions to trillions. We knew how difficult this had become. It was already a challenge to close that gap. Little did we know of this calamity, COVID-19, on the way, which incidentally, for a number of African countries, especially in the Sahelian region, hit them when they were already suffering a major security challenge, which had stretched public finances. So for those countries, it was not simply funding SDGs, funding security challenges, and now the COVID-19. Now, as we deal with this pandemic and its socioeconomic consequences, we bear in mind what my colleague Tijan Tiam said. Africa had turned the corner at the turn of this millennium. It was the second fastest growing region of the world. Yes, we still had issues with inequality, inclusion, jobs, etc. But the negative growth of the 1990s had turned Africa into a positive story, with many countries growing at 7.7%. Now the region will experience its first recession in 35 years. So what you have to do is not simply to recover our economies, is to safeguard what has been achieved for the last 40 years. We salute the decisions taken by the G20, including on the debt moratorium, which has been referred to. But that is only a starting point. The G20 countries have committed to do whatever it takes in their countries, in some cases with a stimulus of anywhere between 6 and 20% of GDP. That's the kind of response needed. But as the Prime Minister of Pakistan pointed out a while ago, it would be a missed opportunity if that stimulus bypasses regions of Africa, the Middle East, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. The world cannot afford to let this happen. To the contrary, prosperity in Africa, a dynamic Africa, is an essential part of the global recovery. Second and last point is this. The debt moratorium is extremely helpful as a first step. But at the end of the day, the key issue is additionality, fresh, new financing. I commend the International Monetary Fund for bold decisions, for speed and flexibility. I commend the multilateral development banks for what they are doing. I look forward to them being part of the debt service moratorium. I commend them for front-loading sources. But that means in 2-3 years' time, they will have no funds to support our needed growth. So we have to work with them to ensure things like a special IDA, maybe 20 billion, to ensure that once they are front-loaded resources now, by 2021-22, they don't run out of resources. I hope we can make progress on the issue of the special drawing rights. This is not a technical problem, it is a political problem, and it can be done. In my judgment, it will be the litmus test of global solidarity in this period and an easier way of ensuring Africa and low-income countries are the global citizens. The 5 African Union envoys working with our leaders look forward to working with you as you confront these difficult times. We have weeks, not months, to turn back this calamity. If you recall, after the global financial crisis, very quickly, every country went back to address their own problems. The global solidarity declines very quickly. We can't afford to let this happen. We have weeks, not months, in particular to ensure that the gains,
sir, if I could kindly ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
Over the last 40 years can be safeguarded. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Kaberuka, the Special Envoy from the African Union. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Anne Finucane, the Vice Chairman of the Board of Bank of America. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Stefan. Good morning, good afternoon to all your excellencies, UN Secretary General Guterres, distinguished participants. Thank you for your compelling remarks. We appreciate the extraordinary and swift actions taken by governments, central banks, the UN, the IMF, the World Bank, OCDE, and so many NGOs, and particularly the leadership of Tim Adams and the Institute of International Finance. Your message is clear: the immediate need to ensure a sustainable and inclusive recovery by aligning a global recovery policy with the sustainability goals, while applying responsible financial considerations, innovations, and strategies. We agree. The health crisis we see as an opportunity to get the right mindset among people and to pull a relevant stakeholder agenda to be moved forward. And so from a business point of view, some companies are going to be in survival mode. They already are. Some industries will not survive without the support of governments. The financial services industry, therefore, has an important role to play in supporting the COVID-19 recovery. Let me just, if I could, just speak a minute for industry. It's learn will be helpful in the future. Blended finance solutions that bring together various financial institutions, commercial banks, development banks, private equity, asset managers, development banks, NGOs, and philanthropies to finance, to underwrite initiatives we simply could not have done alone. It's also
the event panel.
This will give us the momentum to accelerate our work as we get through the crisis. First, we continue to work with the World Economic Forum under the aegis of Klaus Schwab and our CEO and the four big accounting firms. Within the International Business Council, we are working on a core non-financial disclosure project. One of the common metrics is a science-based target in line with the net zero by 2050. We've also challenged the member companies of the International Business Council to declare a net neutral date quite apart from the metrics work. We also continue the Sustainable Markets Initiative. This is chaired by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, and co-chaired by our CEO, Brian Moynihan. The SMI includes a 10-point action plan that preceded the COVID crisis, but it is just as relevant, if not more so now. At the heart of that plan is the rapid decarbonization of the economy focused on areas including all that you've talked about here today, but we're reviewing this progress on an industry-by-industry basis and across all geographies. Some industries have been more impacted than others by the current health crisis. For instance, obviously the aviation industry and the travel industry generally, as has been noted by others earlier. We need to think about how those industries can come back within the framework of the overall economic recovery and with sustainability at the core. And of course, there's the United Nations Global Investors for Sustainable Development, in which Bank of America is heavily involved. The current crisis gives us time to consider how
Ms.
all these
Finucane,
strands
if I
of
could
activity—
kindly ask you to wrap up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Done.
Okay, I apologize. I want to thank Ms. Finucane for her remarks, and we will now move to His Excellency Jovenel Moïse, the President of the Republic of Haiti.
Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Prime Minister of Canada, Prime Minister of Jamaica, UN Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished representatives of international financial institutions, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I would like to express my deep condolences to all of those people who have fallen victim of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic proves, if it were necessary, the need for us to strengthen international cooperation and multilateralism. I would therefore like to thank those states and national and international institutions who have already provided unconditional assistance to Haiti in our attempts to respond to this pandemic. I also commend this remarkable initiative undertaken by Canada and Jamaica under the aegis of the United Nations to reflect on how we can come up with specific solutions to solve the global crisis that this pandemic has triggered. Prime Ministers, Secretary General. States worldwide are facing an unprecedented health crisis. This will have deep-seated impacts in the human, social, and economic domains. However, the economic and financial repercussions of COVID-19 may be even more damaging for the developing countries, notably small island developing states and the least developed countries. The scope of this crisis requires that we achieve concerted global action. It calls on us to achieve more targeted solidarity and more effective solidarity for the most vulnerable. It must lead us to fine-tune the international governance system to make it more focused on the well-being of people. 75 years on, this global governance as it stands today does not fully respond to the challenges linked to effective cooperation and ways of solving economic, financial, and social problems in developing countries. Scientific progress, technological prowess, promoting gender equality and climate change, these all require that global governance be fairer, more human, and more equal. States must have stable monetary systems to combat unemployment and to develop social protection systems that can be tailored to the current developments. While I would like to thank our bilateral and multilateral donors for their invaluable help to my country, I would also like to request greater flexibility in the conditions of financing. We are counting on your support greatly in our attempts to stamp out corruption. In this context, I would like to reiterate our commitment to achieve the SDGs so that we can improve the living standards for all Haitians. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I wish to conclude by reiterating my determination not to stand idly by given the immense challenges that my country is facing. This pertains notably to the organization of democratic elections in my country. I commit to take all the provisions to ensure the necessary reforms to enhance the well-being of the Haitian people. I invite all the partners and friends of Haiti to work with us so that we can overcome these colossal challenges together. From my side, I can assure you that the Republic of Haiti will continue to fulfill its international commitments so that at the regional and global level, appropriate responses are provided to meet the expectations of our peoples. Thank you.
I want to thank President Jovenel Moïse of the Republic of Haiti. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Rumen Radev, the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for selecting these highly relevant, pressing issues. All of them are global challenges requiring sustained multilateralism and international cooperation. If we seek an effective and sustained recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, if we want to learn our lessons from it and to build back better, we need both measures, both in the short and the long term. The world economy and its financial architecture should be efficient, inclusive, shock-proof, and resilient to lay the ground for recovery and prepare us for unexpected emergencies like the one we are facing today. 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is and should remain our roadmap for the future. The 17 SDGs allow every country to identify where the coronavirus has hit the hardest and where we need to put the most efforts in order to recover. Data and technologies will have a crucial role for the recovery, where financing innovations will be a major driving force. Second, the current pandemic has more than ever brought out the need for efficient, targeted, and sound fiscal policies. Countries should strike a careful balance between fiscal stimuli and sustaining reserves. That can turn out essential. COVID-19 has underlined the importance of counter-cyclical policies. Spend in bad times, save in good times. The pandemic has made evident that investment in healthcare systems is more than crucial. These investments must make the system more stress-proof and resilient. But in parallel to this, providing medical services for everyone in need. This is a very complex task, and if we succeed in it, that would be a substantial transformation. We'll succeed only by taking the private sector on board. Businesses are powerful actors with plenty of resources, and we have not harnessed in full their potential. Designing an international platform with bankable projects can be a twofold success. First, it will increase visibility of spots where resources are needed. Second, it can serve as a one-stop shop for COVID-19 related projects, where both private and public donors can provide their assistance. Solidarity is a key factor to solve the corona crisis globally. I'd like to highlight that in a very short time, Bulgaria succeeded not only in transforming its industry to produce personal protective equipment, but managed to provide a part of this production to 12 countries from the region of Western Balkans and Eastern Europe experiencing deficits. Times of crisis give also an opportunity for reshaping our future societies. The most important lessons we have learned are that the restrictive measures must not violate fundamental human rights. The social measures must timely help those that are most in need. And the financial measures must be targeted at those who will be the driving force of a fast recovery. To sum up, designing the future economic and financial architecture, but as well our future societies, require us getting out of our comfort zones. Mobilizing the international community and allocating resources where they are needed is more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alan Michael Chastanet, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia.
Colleague heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, leaders of international finance institutions, ladies and gentlemen. I join you today not only to speak to the urgent need for a global response to produce effective financing solutions to the COVID-19 development emergency, but also to ensure that the way forward gives due regard to the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states like St. Lucia, and that no one is left behind. We must commit today to change history. This is the moment where our collective commitments must not remain in the realm of rhetoric, but must be made manifest in concrete proposals, tangible and meaningful solutions to the challenges that exist before us. At this point, I want to publicly say that I support Prime Minister Motley and her put together address as to the need for a global, in the global economic architecture, particularly for SIDS. We must commit to address the deficiencies of the current international financial architecture that produce and exacerbate disadvantages to various categories of states. This means a complete re-engineering, not just an adjustment that was suggested by some earlier today. It is in this moment that the St. Lucia solicits the commitment of the IFIs and the development partners to make a pledge not only to us heads of state and governments, but to commit to the people on the ground of our respective countries. People who truly feel the weight of the decisions we are to make. It is not only numbers on paper that we are to need to classify SIDS using a vulnerability index and not per capita GDP as a measurement of wealth and access to ODA funds. The evidence from the impact of each 9/11, the global financial crisis of 2008, climate change, and now COVID-19 has shown the inadequacy and the inappropriateness of this measurement. And many of us continue to carry the burden of debt that is left over in our attempts to deal with those crises. I applaud the Secretary General Guterres and my colleague Prime Minister Trudeau and Holness for bringing us together to speak frankly and to secure real solutions to our collective development finance challenges. I'm equally encouraged by the UN's efforts to convene another high-level meeting to treat with the unique debt vulnerability issues of small island developing states, with a goal of producing concrete and implementable solutions. I applaud the World Bank and the IMF with their quick reactions and adjustments where they can to help solve the problems. But the problems that remain post-COVID, including the fallout from the previous exogenous shocks, are too heavy a lift for small island developing states to continue to carry. It is an economic imperative at this time that SIDS economies already overburdened by debt, further exacerbated by new borrowings to respond to the pandemic, requires support to free fiscal resources to safeguard our economies from imminent collapse. I therefore look forward to the active and meaningful engagement of all the key stakeholders present here in those upcoming discussions and outcomes. It is no small thing to say that development finance will play an outsized role in shaping the post-COVID world at all levels. I implore us to be mindful of our past mistakes, for us to be inclusive and enunciate in the development of our solutions, for us to ensure that those solutions not only assist in building back better, but they are deliberately resilient to mitigate future shocks. And finally, let us never lose sight of the human lives that depend on us to make the decisions that leave no one behind. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Chastanet. I just also want to remind you, please to mute your microphones unless you're actually speaking. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Thank you. I wish at the outset to convey my deepest gratitude to Their Excellencies Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, and Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica. I also wish to extend my thanks to António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. I thank them all for convening this important and timely initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, our economies far before the COVID-19 pandemic were facing structural problems marked by a lack of diversification in the economy, a heavy presence of informal labour, the presence of acute poverty, and unsustainable debt levels. Of course, there is also the lack of security in the Sahel region. We're seeing violent extremism spread its tentacles, and we're seeing organised crime propagate. There are conflicts in the Middle East and Libya which are also rocking us to our core. Despite all of these constraints, our countries have demonstrated resilience and have been able in recent years to achieve significant levels of growth that were ever on the rise. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic is the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of crises. It is triggering human devastation, and the pandemic has plunged our countries into an unprecedented situation. Indeed, to talk simply about my country for a second, the growth rate will fluctuate between -2% and -5%, depending on how long it takes to combat the pandemic. This situation has already manifested itself as a loss of almost 20% in terms of tax income. And at the same time, we've seen an increase in poverty. And this loss of our tax income has meant we're unable to fund the measures needed to counter the pandemic. The poorest among us are suffering most. And we're seeing budgetary contraction to the tune of 5% of GDP. Consequently, we need to foster growth, but what we're really seeing is a substantial growth in the rate of poverty. Of course, there is no doubt that our partners are seeking to relieve debt, and these are measures to be commended. But these measures fall short of what is needed to meet our needs and expectations. In March, we took a series of measures aiming to limit the flow of the virus, but nevertheless, today, alas, we are noting, despite the measures that we've taken since March, that this virus continues to spread. The virus is laying waste to our economies and what is best about our homelands. In terms of the G5 Sahel, that region, the crisis has led our countries to step up efforts to increase security in cross-border regions, to stop groups of violent extremism from spreading their tentacles. And we're looking to stem the illicit financial flows which allow these groups to continue their criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, the unprecedented crises triggered by this pandemic will at least serve as a call to action. We need and we will take timely action to reshape our common futures. We need to rethink both our development models and our international cooperation system. As far as that is concerned, I'd like to take this opportunity to issue an appeal to other heads of state and government for them to systematically and immediately cancel our state's debt. We need this debt to be cancelled, and the money that will be freed up from that debt cancellation will give us resources to achieve the SDGs, whose achievement is now more than ever thrown into jeopardy. I'd like to conclude by saying that IFIs need to contribute to our growth. Of course, our countries need to learn lessons from this tough ordeal they're currently going through, to reflect on their development approach, remold it so that they can better mobilize domestic resources, improve the effectiveness of their public expenditure, and achieve transparency in how they manage public resources. And of course, they need to render their governance systems more robust. Thank you.
I want to thank President Al-Ghazouani, and I'm pleased to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Let me just take this opportunity to thank Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness, and the Secretary General of the United Nations for convening this very important high-level event on financing development in the era of COVID-19. This could not have come at a better time. The COVID-19 pandemic is now a major disruptor of all aspects of human life. For instance, most of us have had a lot of faith in modern research, science, technology, innovation, globalization, and mutual interdependence. But the reality is that this pandemic has opened our eyes and minds even wider. The economic and financial shocks associated with COVID-19, such as disruptions to industrial production and supply chains, falling commodity prices, financial market volatility, rising insecurity, have all derailed the already tepid economic growth and development that we have felt. As a result of COVID-19, therefore, global growth is expected to slowly fall in 2020. Official development assistance is likely to fall far below the 2018 levels, and short-term financial market volatility, as well as debt risks, will rise further, not just for the less developed countries, but also for vulnerable middle-income developing countries, as we have heard from some of our colleagues. Sadly, we have also in the same period witnessed protective trade behavior with direct impact on our exports and therefore our financial capacity to cater for the health and economic needs of our people. We find ourselves in a truly special, historic time. Times that demand that we focus our energies to the agenda of 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals that we all passed as the United Nations. This is not, I believe, a time to retreat from this great ambition. In my view, we need to focus our actions on that will help us to first and foremost expand liquidity in the global economy and maintain financial stability to safeguard development gains that we have already achieved. Secondly, to address debt vulnerabilities for all developing countries in order to save lives and livelihoods for billions of people around the world. Thirdly, to enhance external finance for inclusion, or rather inclusive growth, and create jobs, including the lowering of transaction costs of remittances. The fourth point that I have is that we need to expand fiscal space and foster domestic resource mobilization by preventing illicit financial flows. And number 5 is to enhance partnership with the private sector, but partnerships that help build indigenous local capacity for production and forestall the needs for long supply chains. Your Excellencies, this conversation will be fruitless if we do not recognize that many of our countries are faced with fiscal constraints that impede our ability to invest in health, food security, energy, and other basic needs. Moreover, it is a fact that our countries also face severe constraints on domestic resources to invest in long-term self-sustaining growth and infrastructure. The COVID-19 crisis has made the situation even worse. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of global solidarity in our endeavors to address the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated financing needs. Each one of us in government and in business must play their respective roles. Global solidarity is about all of us coming together. At the national level, we are doing our best. Beyond our national commitments, at regional and global levels, we have contributed within regional and intergovernmental meetings, continental and African Union efforts, and we have fed this into the G20 and a number of United Nations meetings. Indeed, as the President in Office of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, I will also be convening an extraordinary intersessional summit to deliberate the COVID-19 and its effects on our peoples and our already vulnerable economies in all our regions. It is my hope that today's deliberations and the future ones that we shall be engaged with will not only bear fruit, but will also have a positive outcome for all of us in the global community. I thank you very much for your attention.
I want to thank the President of Kenya, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, for his intervention, and it is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Barnam Saleh, the President of the Republic of Iraq. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, grateful to the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica and to the Secretary General of the United Nations for organizing this important meeting. The challenges that we face as a global community are immense and urgent, all the more so in the Middle East and the developing world, where the impact of the virus could be more protracted and damaging as it strains already stretched health infrastructure. But these challenges are not insurmountable if we show common purpose and stand together. The temptation may be to look inward and leave each country to fend for itself. But while the impact of the virus is felt locally, the crisis is truly a global one, and it requires a global response. We definitely need to be united in our commitment to combat the spread of COVID-19, definitely to find a vaccine and to restoring our economic well-being. The issues identified in this forum are core to achieving these goals. Like others around the world, my country urgently seeks the measures that we have taken to restrict physical spread of the virus within our borders have to date been comparatively successful, although concerns are mounting for the second wave and further spread of the virus as we speak. But we have nevertheless felt the full force of the pandemic's economic consequences. Social distancing has brought many sectors of our economy to a virtual standstill. And according to the World Bank, the number of Iraqis under the poverty line have risen from below 20% at the end of 2019 to approximately 40% now. Iraq has been battered by a plurality of crises and shocks. The collapse of domestic demand due to restrictions imposed to combat COVID-19, the sharp fall in oil prices since March, and more recently, the sharp fall in Iraqi oil production, which was cut approximately 23% as part of the April OPEC Plus agreement. Our dependence on oil means that our budget revenues are down over 70% compared to pre-crisis level, forcing us to take emergency measures to meet non-discretionary spending. Eventually, our spending may need to be rationalized, but even then, we will be faced with the prospect of a significant budget deficit this year that will need to be financed by drawing down reserves and increasing debt. All our economy is forecast to contract by almost 10% in 2020, with a possible rebound expected in 2021. All of this comes at a sensitive time for Iraq. We are still a country in recovery. We have overcome civil war, violence, and terrorism of the so-called Islamic State. But when our rebuilding process is fragile, the popular demonstrations of last autumn and winter and the tragic deaths that accompanied them were a stark reminder that the patience of the people of Iraq has its limits. Delivering a more prosperous and a stable future and tackling the weaknesses of Iraq's economy are promises that the new government of Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi has made to deliver on. We have no illusions that the road ahead will be long and arduous, but we have no option but to persevere and prevail. We need to act with a sense of urgency, compassion to deliver results. Otherwise, we will be letting down our population, especially our youth. We cannot, like so many other countries around the world, hope to succeed without the cooperation of the international community. The fiscal liquidity crisis that we face make meeting our basic financing and debt obligations difficult. We hope that the international community will support these efforts, including assisting us with economic restructuring and helping us to realize our investment budget, which is crucial for building infrastructure, maintaining essential services, and creating jobs. For developing countries like Iraq that face these challenges, access to instruments that will help us ensure domestic liquidity and private sector access to credit, and which will reduce the immediate debt burden on the government, are crucial if we are to ensure that the current crisis does not cripple us and undermine our ability to push through much needed reform in the longer term. We definitely need bridging mechanisms that will allow us to implement counter-cyclical fiscal stimulus policies now in order to stabilize our finances and our economy as we face up to the impact of COVID-19. We can then use this as a platform to making smarter spending choices in the future that will stimulate our economic growth. I dare say the success of Iraq is crucial to combating extremism and helping restore stability to this part of the world. Much effort has gone into stabilizing Iraq and overcoming the difficulties of the past. With COVID-19, The crisis in Iraq has deepened. The challenges have become far more painful. I'm sure many other countries are feeling the same scale of challenges and difficulties. But we have no other choice but to work together globally, in the words of the Secretary General, to build better. Hopefully, together we can turn this crisis into an opportunity to build in better and bringing about a better economic collaborative arrangement across the globe. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the President of Iraq for his intervention. We will now go to a video from His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, His Excellency Mr. Bainimaramaana. Please roll the video.
Secretary General António Guterres, Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Presidents and Prime Ministers, Managing Director of IMF and President of the World Bank. Hello, bonjour, and as we say in Fiji, bulaminaka. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all today for a critical conversation that, while welcome, is already long overdue. As parts of the world reopen their economies, restart businesses, and get their people back to work, small island developing states are left experiencing an unfortunate case of deja vu. Again, we face a crisis that is not of our own making, and again, our economies are bearing the brunt of its consequences. Again, financial constraints and debt vulnerabilities risk widening the gap between the developed and developing worlds, between North and South. But this time, the enemy we face is not climate change, but contagion. And neither one rests for the other. Fiji quickly rolled out strict directives to eliminate the coronavirus within our borders. And we've now gone over 1 month without a new case. But this pandemic's economic consequences have proved far beyond our capacity to constrain. With up to 40% of our GDP dependent on tourism, our road to economic recovery winds long and runs steep. The changes of a post-COVID world will be radical, and they will require radical financing solutions. But as economies of small island states are left reeling, our tourism revenue is gutted, and our lending capacity is limited. We cannot go at it alone. Because just as a global health recovery cannot be confined to those who can most afford a possible new vaccine, a global economic recovery cannot be limited to those large economies who can unilaterally inject trillions into social and economic stimulus because of a superior position in the global financial system. No, our global COVID-19 recovery must be bold. It must be coordinated and inclusive. My friends, this is where your leadership will matter most. Developed nations have injected $8 trillion into their own economies, with more yet to come. If even the equivalent of 0.5% of this was dedicated to all the world's small island developing states, it would provide us with the vital support we need. But to get there, we will need far greater creativity on the part of the IMF, the World Bank, regional development banks, and most importantly, international solidarity among the world's large economies. We need international solidarity that allows countries like Fiji the fiscal space to preserve and expand social protections while maintaining economic stability and sustained economic growth. We need international solidarity that provides us with grant and concessionary financing on a scale that allows us to repurpose existing economic sectors and build new ones that are fit for a post-COVID era. We need international solidarity that provides substantial relief from debt, including for climate-vulnerable middle-income small island developing states. And we need international solidarity that provides access to finance, that allows us to develop economic opportunities in a way that is conscious of our broader sustainable development goals. So while we cannot be together in person for this critical meeting, do not let distance diminish the urgency of Fiji's call to action. Your leadership will determine whether a post-COVID world is left divided or more united. Please wield this power responsibly. Thank you, mercy, and Ibinaga Bokalibo.
We want to thank the Prime Minister of Fiji for his intervention. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Dani Sriskandarajah, the Chief Executive of Oxfam, Great Britain.
Your Excellencies, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this important summit, both on behalf of Oxfam and colleagues in our civil society group on financing for development. This pandemic is not the great leveler that many claim it to be. Rather, it has exposed structural problems with our global economic system, deepening inequalities and increasing vulnerability for many people. As research has shown, more than 500 million additional people could be pushed into poverty as a result of this pandemic, eradicating most of the progress that we've made on SDG 1. Or consider gender equality. This pandemic is having a disproportionately negative impact on women, who make up 70% of health workers, who take on extra caring responsibilities, who are facing a huge surge in domestic violence. As Prime Minister Trudeau, President Ramaphosa, and many others have said, this is the time for greater international cooperation and for us all to think outside of the box. This is an opportunity to build back better, and we believe that financing holds an important key. I'd like to focus on 3 areas that we see as crucial in the ability of poorer nations to protect their citizens now and in the future: debt, tax, and aid. On debt and financing, I want to recognize the leadership role played by the likes of the G20 and the IMF. It's reassuring to see the international system respond in these ways, but we believe a bigger boost is needed to address urgent need. We need rapid action to cancel private, multilateral, and bilateral debt for the developing world up to the end of 2022 to prevent this economic crisis from deepening further. As several speakers have said today, a significant issue of additional SDRs will help significantly. For example, a $1 trillion boost in SDRs would mean $630 million more for Ethiopia in liquidity. We don't believe that MDB debt relief would be harmful to low-income countries and call on the World Bank to take urgent action to cancel or at minimum suspend debt payments during this crisis. On tax, it's more important than ever to protect revenue by closing loopholes that allow tax dodging and illicit financial flows. We need to increase transparency with public country-by-country reporting for corporations. We need to consider solidarity taxes to pay for the response, increase taxes on wealth, or perhaps a new financial transaction tax. And in the longer term, we need to use fiscal policies to support a just and green recovery, for example, by shifting the tax burden from labor to capital and reversing the tax breaks that polluting industries still enjoy. And finally, Your Excellency, on aid, we need new, additional ODA flows that support prevention measures, health systems, social protection, and food security. Oxfam supports the United Nations call last month for an increase of $500 billion in aid. Our fair share analysis suggests that almost $300 billion of this should come from OECD DAC members, and we call on all of them to pay their fair share. Canada, for example, this would mean around $9 billion more. Your Excellencies, last month, the civil society group proposed a UN-centered process to agree ambitious responses to the pandemic and remove barriers to socioeconomic transformation, which we envision leading to an international summit on economic reconstruction and systemic reform early next year. It's abundantly clear that international collaboration is critical to address the collective challenge this pandemic poses. It's also abundantly clear that we have to work together to harness this opportunity to truly transform, not just recover. to advance the global goals, to prevent vulnerable communities everywhere, and to create a fairer and more equal world. I hope it's also abundantly clear, Your Excellencies, that we in civil society stand ready to play our rightful role in this just recovery. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Mr. Sriskandaraja for his intervention, and it is now my pleasure to give the floor to President Macky Sall of Senegal. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. President of the General Assembly, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Mr. Secretary General Guterres, dear colleagues, heads of state and government, presidents of institutions, dear friends. I would like to thank Justin, the Prime Minister of Canada, and also the Prime Minister of Jamaica for convening this important meeting on the financing of development in the context of COVID-19 and beyond. We all agree that international institutions, states, the private sector, independent and salaried workers are all part of the same multi-sectoral pact to respond to this pandemic. We also know that we will be seeing a recession, be it in Africa but also in other countries. For the last 3 months, we have been fighting, and I would like to say in Africa, as we are currently speaking, countries that have known a decade of growth will be experiencing a specific recession. For 3 months, we have been fighting with the means that we have, and I welcome the multilateral mechanisms that have been opened by the World Bank and the IMF, making available special drawing rights, and also we hail the efforts of the European Union and of international development banks. All of this is particularly praiseworthy, and I particularly welcome it. But I would also like to say that it is severely lacking in light of the colossal funding needs that my country faces. So, and I say with regret that even these measures already taken have not yet been implemented, because these measures have been introduced with conditions, and our countries, we cannot accept concessional rights for credit, because these are not sufficient to allow us to face our development needs. We believe that Africa and Africans remain mobilized and remain resilient. They are working hard. And I'll insist on that because we continue to hear cliches that depict the continent as a territory that is dependent on aid agencies, and that is not exactly what is happening on our continent today. Each of our countries, like the rest of the world, has developed a national resilience plan and has depended on resources provided by multilateral and bilateral partners. And all of this, as I've already said, is severely lacking nonetheless. That is why I wish to insist to my friend Justin Trudeau that this initiative is a good example, but Prime Minister Trudeau, just like Chancellor Merkel and President Macron, within the G7 and the Council of the Ministers of Italy, we need to ensure that at the next G7 meeting, all of these measures that we've taken, that we've been talking about, be it the moratorium on public debt, on private debt, or instruments proposed by Africans, other mechanisms for investments that allow us to trigger recovery, we should also be implementing these. We've been talking about these for 3 months, but how much time have we lost? And what levels will poverty reach? how much development will be totally annihilated by the effects of COVID. I think that the countries of OECD that have increased their levels of indebtedness by 23 points, and they have mobilized at least $17 trillion on the markets. And we would like to see further funding to truly avoid a disaster of poverty and unemployment. So as I was saying, as President Ramaphosa said, we support what the African Union has said, and we support the efforts of the task force that is very correctly speaking on behalf of Africa. We support our experts who have set out the issues and of the countries of the G20, because the decisions that need to be taken remain in their hands, given the world in which we live together. We support the cancellation of public debt, and we support the moratorium on private debt according to agreed mechanisms. We also believe that the financing of development, so that it can be lasting, must be provided in an environment in which we establish a more supportive and solidarity-based, more fair and equitable global order. And this new global order needs to ensure that we have more balanced trade that allows for the right remuneration of commodities. We also Africa is also continues to suffer from the tax impacts of mining and extractive industries on its continent. We need to more firmly tackle tax evasion, money laundering, and illicit financial flows. Africa has been losing more than $100 billion on that basis. And as has already been said, Africa needs to receive money because Africa is currently hemorrhaging money. And we need to ensure that in a new solidarity, we can build a fairer and more supportive world. And that is the message that I wanted to share with you today. Thank you for your frankness, Macky, as you always express yourself so frankly.
To President Macky Sall of Senegal, it is now my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency David Arthur Granger, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, Guyana records its appreciation to the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica and the Secretary General of the United Nations for convening this important high-level event. Guyana, one of the smallest states on the continent of South America, borders countries which have a high incidence of COVID-19. Migrants seek refuge, enter our territory in areas which necessitate the delivery of effective health services over long distances and to remote settlements. These factors impact the state's ability to protect its people from disease and to earn revenue to maintain its economy. Guyana is a small developing state whose many challenges have been compounded by its need to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Small states need structured and sturdy systems to save lives and support livelihoods. In the medium and long terms, we must build capacity to respond effectively and efficiently when faced with health crises, which are predicted to occur more frequently in the future. In the long term, we must achieve food security by sustaining agriculture, manufacturing, and services, so that when our economy reopens, our public and private sectors will be capable of rapid production and progress. In the short term, however, we are obliged to respond to the urgent, unavoidable, and unanticipated effects of COVID-19. The public health sectors require costly and necessary assets. The expanded all-of-economy response will overwhelm small economies in the absence of concessional resource availability. We recognize that given the multidimensional nature of the impact of COVID-19, extraordinary financing must be directed to support small states. And we recommend 3 ways. First, respond immediately to the life-saving exigencies of the pandemic. Second, to develop holistic, long-term recovery plans and exit strategies. And third, to build capacity to establish permanent public health structures to prepare for future international diseases, such as we've seen over the last decade: chikungunya, MERS, SARS, and Zika. Excellencies, we commend and thank the governments and institutions which have supported the flow of needed resources to small states like ours so far. We recognize that more must be done. I thank you.
I want to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and it is now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. Sir, you have the floor.
Honorable António Guterres, United Nations. Honorable Justin Trudeau of Canada. Honorable Andre Orleans, Prime Minister of Jamaica, federal heads of states and government, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating the United Nations for completing this event at a time when mankind is put to an unprecedented test by
The interpreter would like to draw attention to the fact that due to poor sound quality, interpretation is temporarily suspended.
Reminds us of our shared distinct humans, and it highlights the centrality of values such as international unity, solidarity, and cooperation. Never in our lifetime had a case of health as a global public good become so evident. First COVID-19 case in Mozambique.
The interpreter would like to draw attention to the fact that due to poor sound quality, the interpretation is temporarily suspended.
233. We have 2 deaths. We have managed to keep the infection rate relatively low. The aim is to delay the peak and flatten the curve for as long as possible to allow my government to gain time for much needed physical space, adequately respond in the event of widespread community transmission. The sources mobilization dimension is particularly important to Mozambique for 2 reasons. First, existing vulnerabilities are heightened Mozambique. The first COVID-19 case was diagnosed in the country and just completed 1 year after being hit by the first ever tropical cyclone of the southern hemisphere. With the help of our development partners, we had already started the post-cyclone Idai indicator through a conservation program. Secondly, as a developing country, the nation's health system remains fragile and therefore limited capacity to cope with the pressure we have seen elsewhere around the world.
The interpreter would like to draw attention to the fact that due to poor sound quality, the interpretation is temporarily suspended.
As part of Mozambique's response plan, which includes both immediate investment on the health system and the social economic impact mitigation package, the government is well on track on its target of mobilizing a total $700 million from the development partner in bilateral agreement. This development partner's contribution, which adds to effort to Mozambique committed to increasing production productivity, is key to macro stability because it will enable the government to respond to the coronavirus and mitigate its social and economic impact while also focusing on the sustainable development goals. Excellencies, despite the short time global domestic challenges, the government remains sharp focused on the long-term development aspiration of the Mozambican people. Given that experience is shown that no country can stand to the virus on its own. To conclude by allowing the community of development partners to work alongside Mozambique and support us at this particular critical time. Thank you for your kind attention.
I want to thank very much the President of Mozambique for his words and his intervention. It is now my pleasure to introduce Sharon Burrow, the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, and Your Excellencies, for working families everywhere, the promise of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement must remain at the centre of recovery plans that are now imperative. But recovery plans must build resilience to enable all nations to face the next crisis. And we have many. We still have to deal with massive inequality that's driven an age of anger, with civil unrest and even a distrust in democracy, sadly, amongst my constituents. The climate emergency to save human beings themselves from extinction hasn't and won't go away. Progress on the stalled economic participation and equality of women is tragic, and violence against women must be eliminated even as we find ways to integrate women equally into the workforce. Racism and xenophobia are driving exclusion, and the best and the worst of impacts of technology have to be faced. We all know multilateralism is in crisis as people lose trust in globalization and international institutions. So we need to deal with that. And now the health crisis, first and foremost, a health crisis that is in fact COVID-19, and of course the economic and social consequences. So it requires the cooperation that many people have spoken about, but it can't be just words. We need to build trust, and it requires a new social contract between governments and their citizens, with the backing of the international community to realise it everywhere. This contract must have the SDGs, the Paris Climate Agreement, and the ILO Centenary Declaration in centre place. For the ILO, we negotiated with employers last year full employment, a labour protection floor, and a social protection floor for all workers, as well as an economic and a transformative agenda for women and just transition for climate and for technology. That must in fact be in place, and the SDG 8, with other supportive SDGs, allows us to realise that and drive a stable future. But with 60% of the workforce now working informally, and leaders have spoken about it, the destitution of those people without rights, without protections, that's really simply sinking into economic destitution. And they're our members. Too many of them are our members. And with up to 300 million jobs at risk in the formal economy, a secure future can only be guaranteed with job creation and income security, health and safety, social protection, vital public services in health, education and care, and responsible business conduct to end the dehumanising exploitation of workers in supply chains, in workplaces everywhere. We want change. Working people want change. So global solidarity for financing is critical, and I thank the Secretary General and the co-host for initiating this discussion and the working groups to come. We could start with that global solidarity with a 2-year debt moratorium, as Africa has asked for. And we would argue any conditionality must be related to investment in SDG-aligned outcomes. We want to see special drawing rights expanded with the liquidity swaps that actually allow the support for poorest of nations. In other words, supporting recovery everywhere. We must see a global protection fund to ensure income support. If we want to avoid destitution and hunger, then now's the time for the UN's promise to the world's people of a universal social protection. It's a drop in the ocean. The Fiji Prime Minister said, what a small amount of money. Well, I can tell you, compared to the 10 trillion the world looks like spending now, and probably double that before we're through the crisis, we can afford to support the poorest nations and fill some funding gaps in low to middle income countries. Many governments support it. We thank them, but we need UN leadership on this. And of course, we need indeed to see that the rescue efforts and build resilience. So a settlement on eliminating corporate tax fraud, as the OECD Secretary called for, we support. We also want new mechanisms to ensure contributions from sectors escaping domestic responsibility, financial transactions tax, digital tax. We all have to share in the wealth that we create. And we need, of course, to invest in jobs. That's what will build trust. When we invest in jobs, in enabling green infrastructure, in industry policy, in skills and care, then the social and economic resilience that those funds can build helps us face not just this recovery, but the next crisis. So people-centered change requires an inclusive economic model, not the old economic model, a new economic model where there's a social floor of rights and protections, where people can see a future and trust in it for themselves and their children, whether it's social, economic, related, or just health and educational opportunities and protections. So we need global financing for development. We think we can have a reset on the way we think about financing. We can build resilience funds, and we look forward to working with people to get those designs in place. The business community wants change. That's the progressive business community. You heard Paul Pullman. We want change. We want to work with you to have a seat at the table, use social dialogue to build a recovery and a resilience we can actually hand on to generations to come. So let's get to work. We have working groups that have set the challenges, and we look forward to working with all of you for a new agenda that builds trust in working people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burrow, for your intervention. We will now go to a video from His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, the President of the Council of the Government of Spain.
Señor Secretario General.
Secretary General, Presidents, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, I am delighted to participate at this important event under the aegis of the United Nations on behalf of Spain. It's also promoted by two dear friends of Spain, Canada and Jamaica. This event tackles important facets of COVID-19 and its effects to ensure that these effects are mitigated as far as possible. Spain could not fail to be in attendance because it's a very, very important meeting. It's clear that we need to stand united in the face of the economic and social devastation that the pandemic has wrought. The pandemic has made it clear that we live in a world which is entirely interdependent. People can't function alone. Countries can't function alone. Now more than ever before, we need multilateral solidarity-based responses able to manage global public goods, which include global health, for example. Multilateralism will also help us tackle problems like climate change. The good news is that if we work together, as we are doing, and doing increasingly more every day, we'll be able to recover earlier than we might otherwise be able to, and we'll be able to recuperate the losses wrought by the COVID pandemic. That's why we're working with IFIs and the UN. We're working with them to provide ambitious, innovative and solidarity-based responses to the COVID crisis. The pandemic also jeopardizes gains made in achieving the SDGs enshrined in Agenda 2030, and we can't allow those gains to be destroyed. The government of Spain is deeply committed to achieving the SDGs enshrined in Agenda 2030. For that reason, the government of Spain has launched a response strategy to mitigate the effects of the COVID crisis, the health crisis, and its socio-economic consequences. Our endeavours will be grouped around three priorities. The first priority is to strengthen local health systems. The second priority is to restore livelihoods, helping national productive systems, of course, particularly SMEs. The third priority of our priority will be to strengthen social safety nets. And all of this is particularly looking to focus on helping women and those vulnerable among our societies. We're working with our partners in Africa, Latin America, the United Nations, IFIs, and regional bodies to establish mechanisms which meet the specific needs of each region across the world. We do need to implement innovative responses which provide ambitious solutions, but solutions which are also tailored to each unique situation. Finally, I am concerned by the unsustainable nature of public debt. We need to help developing countries to meet the needs of their citizens and to ensure that they don't fall into a situation of debt distress, because that can provide an unsustainable burden which these countries will be unable to bear in the future. Governments' endeavours alone will not suffice. Consequently, we'll need to work closely with the private sector by creating partnerships, private-public partnerships, which mobilise resources which will be ploughed into more sustainable economic models from an environmental and social perspective. There are many challenges that we must tackle at the same time. For this reason, this event is so crucial. This event is a manifestation of the will of all of us here present to find answers, to find solutions, and to help each other. My country, Spain, wishes to contribute to this process with ambitious goals and with tangible assistance. You can count on Spain's support with this common cause. We wish to provide a multilateral response. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the President of the Government of Spain for his video message. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, the President of Algeria. Sir, you have the floor.
First Minister Abdelaziz Jarad, I represent Mr. President.
Please go ahead, sir.
سيدات والسادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب.
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to commend Canada and Jamaica. They co-chair the Group of Friends of Development. I also wish to commend the United Nations Secretary General for convening this event. This high-level meeting should be commended. It is an opportunity to begin to think collectively, candidly, about how we can solve the financing problems that have emerged as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. The time has come, and indeed it would be appropriate, to think first and foremost about the SDG Summit, the meeting which was held last September. This summit emphasised the importance of the 17 SDGs. The pace of implementation of the SDGs is slow, owing to a lack of resources. Consequently, attention must be paid to this issue, the attention indeed that it deserves. What's more, there are financing needs that exist, and there are imbalances between countries, inequalities between countries, but also within countries themselves. This health crisis is continuing. It continues to rumble on, according to estimates, and it will continue to deepen the financial crisis that many countries today are experiencing. We are satisfied with the spread rate of the infection in the virus in Africa, the contagion rate, we're satisfied more or less with the pace of that, but we can't but help note that the economic and financial and social consequences of the virus are of grave concern. Of course, there are traditional challenges that need to be faced. We're all aware of what they are. There is the crisis emerging from desertification, drought, climate change. There are also the challenges related to plunging commodity prices. There's the debt burden. We're seeing a fall in capital flows and food crises. Ladies and gentlemen, to reduce the debt shouldered by developing countries, we need to contemplate this issue and make crucial choices. We need to make crucial choices about what debt is collected, how it is collected, because this has a huge impact on budgets. Relieving debt would allow countries to increase their incomes and would allow countries affected to overcome the devastating consequences of this pandemic. Its health, economic and social consequences, that is. The initiatives and measures taken by the G20 and international organizations, including the United Nations, the IMF, the World Bank, there are these measures. They are indeed welcome. But we nevertheless need to state that, in our view, more support and more assistance is needed, as is more cooperation, if we are going to meet the needs of countries. Against this backdrop, it would indeed be crucial to strengthen fora for collective and candid debate between developed and developing countries, so that policymakers are able to work together to ultimately help countries that are struggling to meet their obligations and deal with their debt burdens. I would note here the Secretary General's report on COVID-19. This health crisis and economic crisis is global in nature. And it cannot prompt us to ignore, overlook or cast aside the Addis Ababa Action Plan. Today, now more than ever before, we must emphasize ODA. As regards Algeria, our government, and indeed African governments in the main, are taking financial and budgetary measures that are necessary to increase their tax bases and increase tax revenue. This tax revenue will bolster and buttress their economic growth and allow these countries to affect sectors most affected by the crisis, namely those sectors that are responsible for job and resource creation. At the same time, we need to ensure that there is the necessary financial liquidity available to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. In this regard, I would note that my country has taken a series of measures to help and support citizens and businesses that have been most affected by the crisis. We are striving to implement tax collection systems and budgetary frameworks to overcome our social and economic challenges. In so doing, we are at the same time safeguarding gains made in terms of investment, and we're safeguarding the privileges extended to both foreign and domestic investors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exceptional, unprecedented situation that we're facing. This pandemic, consequently, requires that we take audacious and exceptional measures, measures which are as exceptional as the crisis we're facing. The international community will soon launch its decade of action for the implementation of the SDGs. and will soon mark the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. With these key dates in mind, it is absolutely pivotal to step up efforts to tackle the colossal challenges on the horizon. We must all fight against unemployment and other consequences of the pandemic, as well as fight against the loss of the development gains we've achieved over the decades. We need tangible decisions to be made that will provide tangible assistance to developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Excellency, thank you so much for your intervention. It is now my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Excellencies, distinguished head of states and government, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, as rightly observed, COVID-19 is more than a global health challenge. It is a serious economic and social challenge for the global economy with devastating effect on most vulnerable countries. Therefore, it has become more urgent for us to accelerate the implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. Our economies have been virtually shut down for the past several months as economic growth has become seriously compromised for the foreseeable future. That is why we support the decision of the 6 areas that you have identified as topics for this high-level event. I will highlight some of the issues. It is important to underscore the crucial role of the IMF and the international financial institutions to continue providing access to financial resources so that our countries can stand this unprecedented economic challenge. Special facilities must be generated with a view to provide enhanced access to developing countries. Enhanced balance of payments support would also be required as an important tool for intervention. We support the strong call by the African Union for debt relief, for debt cancellation, to free up physical resources for life-saving interventions in our battered economies. As least developed countries, debt servicing is compromising our recovery efforts. We need to find ways to increase economic growth, save existing jobs, and create more new jobs through access to various forms of external finance. For some of our countries, migrant remittances are a lifeline. Therefore, we must find ways to reduce transaction costs in order to make more resources available as remittance. Our domestic resources mobilization must further enhance efforts to tackle corruption, while we solicit international cooperation to eliminate it. I urge the international partners to do more towards development assistance. The pandemic represents an opportunity to take bolder action to truly leave no one behind. Let us work together and in solidarity so that we recover better. I thank you all for organizing this timely event.
President Barrow, thank you very much for your remarks. It is now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé, the President of the Republic of Togo.
C'est un honneur pour moi.
It is an honour for me as the Prime Minister of Togo to take the floor on behalf of the President of the Republic of Togo at this high-level forum. As we stand 10 years from the SDG deadline of 2030, the coronavirus crisis is forcing our nations and our world to face a risk in the increase of their poverty rate. The risk of this poverty rate increasing is all the more acute in Africa, given that for the first time in 25 years, we are risking plunging into an economic recession. We're already feeling the consequences of this crisis within various African nations, and this is why, far before the crisis made its full effect felt, we chose to support the most vulnerable among us through cash transfers, which were not conditional, unconditional cash transfers. We also provided targeted financial support to the businesses and people most affected. The scope of the crisis is such that we must take robust, unprecedented measures to stimulate economic growth and ultimately meet SDGs. In order to achieve those goals, resolving the debt crisis is vital to free up budgetary and fiscal space for our countries, and this is why we are proposing that significant support be provided by major donor countries and financial institutions, namely the IMF and the World Bank, to those affected. The support afforded to date is to be commended. It's provided a great deal of assistance to many countries, but given the scope and nature of the crisis, supplementary resources need to be provided. New special drawing rights need to be issued, because that would be one important solution. Support must also be extended to African initiatives to refinance debt service between 2020 and 2021. Such an initiative would avoid defaults. The debt moratorium granted by G20 countries is important in this regard, and we support the moratorium, and we support debt cancellation on a case-by-case basis to avoid defaults. There needs to be economic recovery, and to provide that economic recovery, we are proposing structural investment that is supported by international guarantee mechanisms. As regards illicit financial flows, these erode countries' abilities to act. In 2018, illicit financial flows accounted for more than 5% of African GDP. To tackle these illicit financial flows, we promote robust action. Moreover, we believe that now more than ever before, we need to emphasize inclusion to basic social services, and that indeed needs to be the core of all economic recovery policies. Post-COVID recovery and economic restructuring must ultimately serve the needs and livelihoods of our people. Finally, we believe that this health crisis and its socio-economic consequences mean that now more than ever before, we must bolster people's resilience to climate change, whilst at the same time guaranteeing their food security. These are challenges, and indeed COVID-19 is a challenge, but could constitute an opportunity if we work with the SDGs as our guiding thread. We promote such an endeavour. Thank you.
Thank the Prime Minister of Togo for his intervention. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Ambrose Dlamini, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I bring with me warm and fraternal greetings from His Majesty King Mswati III, King and Ingwenyama of the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as from the Queen Mother and the entire nation. It gives me great pleasure to partake in this high-level event to discuss concrete solutions to COVID-19 development emergency and set a pathway to finding solutions to financial and related issues. COVID-19 came at a time when the Kingdom is continuing with the fight against HIV, malaria, and TB. These have caused a big strain on our national budget. As we address the issue of COVID-19, the country has been following all guidelines of the World Health Organization. In an effort to fight this pandemic, we've also identified health facilities and procured appropriate PPEs and equipment for our patients and health workers. We've also established other programs of distributing food and financial support to cushion our people during this time of need, since this has immensely affected those that are employed and the business sector, especially SMEs. It is a pity that this pandemic has come at a time when we had already passed our 24 billion local currency annual budget for the year 2020-2021. The pandemic has forced us to divert and realign our budget so that we can address this coronavirus challenge. Economic growth is projected to contract by 6.7%. The fiscal deficit has increased from 4.3% to 9.1%, and arrears grew to $312 million. This immediate disruption has impacted our macroeconomic balance and calls for new strategic to reignite economic growth. We are equally concerned that the closure of businesses will have a negative effect in our tax collection activities. We join hands with the rest of the world in that we have to come together and find ways and means of addressing the financial and economic challenges caused by COVID-19. As a small economy, the Kingdom of Eswatini does not have huge reserves from where we can draw funds to finance our budget. The only reserves we have is the 3-month import cover. We appeal to the United Nations to do everything possible to mobilize resources for countries like us. We also urge the UN to speak for all countries of the world, particularly developing countries, to be assisted during these challenging times. For us in the African region, the coronavirus pandemic will negatively reverse the gains of economic development, which we had set for ourselves as a continent, particularly our Vision 2063, an agenda which creates an enabling and inclusive environment for all. Mr. President, our kingdom has a national objective of developing our country towards the attainment of a developed status. We therefore hope with the support of the UN, we can access financial assistance to support our budget for the next financial year 2021-2022 to enable us to address our social and economic landscape. Implementation of sustainable development goals has always been a priority for the medium term and has been with the assistance of development partners. I wish to appeal to the UN and other development partners to continue to assist Eswatini to finance SDG implementation. May I commend the positive response of international organizations who are offering concessional funding to all countries and waiving their stringent conditions so that countries can have immediate access to funding, irrespective of their economic status. I wish to implore these organizations to suspend debt service obligations and waive interest payments during this period to allow countries to reconstitute their affairs and develop appropriate plans for adjustment. Middle-income countries are also challenged by their economic classification and treatment. At this point in time, we are in the same category with low-income countries, and Eswatini, being a low-middle-income country, has social challenges that have to be met. In conclusion, may I appeal to the UN to facilitate resources for the SDGs implementation and other partners to assist with improving resilience to climate change. We also appeal for assistance from the private sector to create income, employment opportunities, and ultimately fight poverty. I thank you.
I want to thank the Prime Minister for his remarks, and just as a reminder for our next speakers, to try to keep your remarks to 3 minutes. So I now give the floor to Mr. Remy Rioux, the chair of the International Development Finance Club and host of the Finance in Common Summit. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Prime Minister of Canada and of Jamaica, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, I thank you for your invitation. I'm very honoured to participate in this high-level meeting on the financing of development on behalf of the International Development Finance Club, which brings together 26 regional and national development banks and agencies, and it is currently chaired by the French development agency, the Agence Française de Développement.
And one invitation. First, as the pandemic rages, governments need efficient and agile financial instruments directly following their guidance to concretely reconcile health urgency, its socio-economic consequences, and the underlying environmental crisis. In other words, finance SDGs and leave no one behind. Second, we need development finance at scale and precise enough to reach communities and mobilize the private sector first and last mile. Provision of increased liquidity is urgent through SDRs and debt relief. Then, macro financial flows have to lend and be rapidly transformed into micro projects and investments through financial intermediation on the ground, deep in each and every constituency, particularly in Africa. Third, we must create new, innovative, and comprehensive international coalitions, instilling hope, building momentum, and strongly supporting multilateralism. True safety and sustainability suppose enhanced forms of cooperation embodying SDG 17. This is precisely what we want to achieve, as stated by President Macron today, with the Finance in Common Summit, November the 12th, in partnership with the Paris Peace Forum, during which all 450 public development banks in the world will gather for the first time with all willing stakeholders and with the support, notably, of UNDESA and UNDP. Your public development banks already represent 10% of total annual global investments. They are playing their counter-cyclical role right now. They want to do more. Your public development banks are also thinking long-term and willing to align with the Paris Agreement and Agenda 2030, strengthening their cooperation to improve development trajectories and the quality of the projects they finance. They are providing you evidence that we can recover and rebound better. Your public development banks, multilateral, international, regional, national, subnational, can act as modest, concrete, and effective brokers, platforms, to help bring together all the parties mentioned in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, namely the private sector, the financial ecosystem, and civil society. The World Federation of DFIs, colleagues from multilateral development banks, VIDFC, and the regional associations of public banks, we all stand at your entire disposal, Excellencies, and that of the co-chairs of our working groups. We would be honored to contribute by November to the process you are installing today to forge an ambitious and global response to the COVID-19 development challenges ahead of us. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rioux, for your comments. And we will now view a video from His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, the Secretary of State of the Holy See. Please roll the video.
On behalf of Pope Francis, I wish to thank the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica, along with the Secretary General of the United Nations, for organizing this high-level event. The Church remains close to all those affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. While the present pandemic has been a tremendous test for the international community, it also provides a real opportunity to seek new and innovative consensus-based solutions that are not divisive, politicized, or partial, but that truly seek the common good and the integral human development of all. Given the inevitable impact of the pandemic on employment and the economy, causing the disruption of supply chains and an increase in food insecurity, people are finding themselves more than ever unable to provide for their families. The moment is indeed critical, where the gap which divided the haves and have-nots has become wider, with the risk of creating a chasm more difficult to overcome. Politics must be at the service of the human person and not exploit the human person for selfish interests. In addition to the hopeful prospects of discovering new treatments and vaccines that may combat and prevent COVID-19, which the international community should seriously consider making fully accessible, especially to developing countries, the Holy See would like to encourage the international community to address the growing economic imbalances among states by way of debt restructuring or by partial or even full forgiveness of debt. Furthermore, it seems opportune to reconsider economic and trade blocs on the part of those who have imposed them, and also on those who are the object of, and those who are impacted by such measures. Goodwill is required on the part of all to ensure unhindered, safe, and secure access to humanitarian and health assistance to those in need, including, in particular, migrants and the internally displaced. If there is a real concern for suffering populations, then there must be a real openness for all involved parties to make reasonable compromises for their benefit. The Holy See encourages not only states, but also the private sector and all stakeholders to place the human person at the center of all deliberations and possible solutions. Thank you.
We thank the Cardinal for his video intervention. And now we will hear a video from His Excellency Tharman Shanmugaratnam, the former chair of the G20 Eminent Persons Group on Global Financial Governance and a senior minister of Singapore. Please roll the video.
The challenge of financing development has never been more daunting, complex, and urgent. Thank you, Secretary General Guterres, Prime Minister Trudeau, and Prime Minister Holness for convening this event at a critical time. The challenge we face is in having to address issues of legacy, in particular, the significant level of indebtedness in many countries, and issues of growth and the future at the same time. By any realistic assessment, we will need much greater volumes of finance to achieve growth in the coming years and in the next decade. And in particular, we'll need much greater volumes of private finance, not just official finance, So our whole orientation in official finance, be it multilateral or other sources, has to be to catalyze private funding to a much greater degree than before. And it can be achieved. We have to place much greater emphasis on domestic policy reforms to reduce risk and uncertainty in the investment environment. We have to find ways of using the official balance sheet, multilateral and other official creditors, not to lend money, but to mitigate risk for private investments, in particular to use first loss guarantees and other instruments that then mobilize private finance. And thirdly, we do have to diversify risk as well. We have to take advantage of pooled asset classes, where we bring together the risk of different projects in different countries into asset classes that can attract global institutional investment. There's a lot of funds out there, but we require asset classes that diversify risk in order that we attract these funds. And finally, we need greater global collective action, not just action country by country, but global collective action. We do need a stronger global financial safety net, which means replenishing the resources of the IMF. We do need more capital for the development banks, including the regional development banks. And we do need, at this point, a large allocation of SDRs for the global system to be able to benefit the developing world. And we could take advantage of various facilities that have been proposed, including how advanced countries can contribute their SDRs to the IMF for redeployment to the developing world. And we do need greater collective action to support sustainability. We have to disincentivize financing of unsustainable projects and incentivize green finance, incentivize renewable energy, and every innovation that reduces the cost of clean energies for the future. All of this is achievable. There's no lack of funds in the global system, but we have to organize development differently to be able to achieve the aspirations of the developing world and to achieve a better global future for all of us.
We thank the Senior Minister from Singapore for the video message. We now will watch a video from His Excellency Mark Rutte, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Please roll the video.
Good morning, Prime Ministers, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this very timely meeting. I'm glad to be able to contribute from a distance, as is fitting these days. But I assure you, today's topic is close to my heart. The COVID-19 pandemic is causing economic havoc across the world, jeopardizing financial stability. Both developing countries and emerging economies will most likely be hit hard. Many of the world's most vulnerable countries were already struggling with high debt burdens. Now they are facing even larger financing gaps due to the economic fallout of the pandemic. The IMF warned back in February, before the crisis, that debt vulnerabilities posed a threat to the accomplishment of the SDGs. I call on all parties taking part in this event not to let 2020 be the year that triggered a lost decade for development and for building a climate-resilient world. Preventing a widespread and prolonged public debt crisis will require creativity and commitment from the international community. Unity of purpose among creditors, traditional donors, emerging creditors and private creditors is essential. We all have a role to play. And we need leadership from international financial institutions to deal with the socio-economic impact of this pandemic. The Netherlands and the European Union stand ready to take our responsibility. If we do not invest in strengthening the weakest link in the chain, we will all lose. We must set the right priorities and criteria in order to generate long-term economic recovery. Emergency response and recovery packages must be aligned with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change. Which means we must incorporate incentives to accelerate transformation towards an economic recovery powered by low carbon infrastructure, green jobs, and resilient livelihoods. Building back better is the only way forward. To conclude, the SDGs matter now more than ever. Our focus needs to remain on vulnerable people and a sustainable future, leaving no one behind. The Netherlands looks forward to continuing this process together with you all.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We now go to a video from His Excellency Xavier Bettel, the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Let's roll tape, please.
Dear Prime Minister Trudeau, cher Justin, dear Prime Minister Holness, dear Secretary General, I would like to thank you for taking the initiative of organizing this event. I'm now in Luxembourg, and I know, and Justin knows it too, it's not easy to find my country on the map geographically, but if I see what we do in cooperation, in development, with 1% of our GDP, we belong to the biggest, and I'm very proud of that. And now with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is a global challenge that requires unity, cooperation, and solidarity. As the pandemic continues to spread across the world, causing much pain, it is important for us to come together to fight this common enemy and to respond effectively and sustainably. You can count on Luxembourg's support to this global response as a partner, a friend, and an ally. Overall, our COVID-19 efforts in terms of development cooperation and humanitarian aid will amount to 17 million euro of fresh funds and 40 million euro reorientation of existing commitments. We will continue to provide support to the health systems of our partner countries, in particular in Africa and the Sahel region. In addition, Luxembourg has also provided flexible core funding to a wide range of multilateral partners, including the WHO. As a member of the European Union, we also contribute to its response, but we have to do more. We, as a global community, have to do more, and Luxembourg is willing to do more. We are currently rolling out a large-scale testing program at the level of the general population. On this, we stand ready to cooperate at an international level and share our data. On vaccines, we support the coalition of epidemic preparedness innovations. We will also sustainably increase our contributions to Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, for the immunization of millions of children in the world's poorest countries. Beyond the immediate response, Luxembourg will also pursue initiatives aimed at recovering better in a sustainable way by strengthening a favorable environment for green finance. Back in 2016, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange has already launched the Luxembourg Green Exchange, the first global platform dedicated exclusively to green bonds. In partnership with the European Investment Bank based in Luxembourg, we have created a climate finance platform aimed at increasing the impact of climate financing by mobilizing private sector investment. However, these innovating finance mechanisms cannot compensate for the relative decrease of public financing. Luxembourg will continue to dedicate 1% of its GDP to development aid while focusing on the least developed countries. In conclusion, I know that together, through a spirit of solidarity, as enshrined in the UN Charter signed 75 years ago, we'll manage to overcome this unprecedented challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Prime Minister Bettel for his intervention. We will now go to a video from His Excellency Kohir Rasulzoda, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Tajikistan. Let's go to the video. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, today the coronavirus pandemic is posing to the whole of the international community a significant, serious and complex challenge that requires coordinated efforts and the mobilization of the existing resources and capacities of the international community. In this regard, the government of the Republic of Tajikistan has created a permanent centre within the Republic and an interinstitutional working group to mitigate the consequences of the spread of coronavirus through the country. In the current complex conditions, beyond preventive measures to stop the spread of the virus, the government is taking measures to ensure the stability of the national economy. The global economic contraction continues to have an impact on the macroeconomic stability of our country. This also leads to a fall in inflows into the economy and saps our efforts towards sustainable development and towards containing poverty. Unfortunately, the outbreak of COVID-19 has led to the closing of borders with several of our economic and commercial partners. It's also hampered the supply chain and transport, but also slowed down economic growth in the country. According to estimations for this year, the growth in the Republic could be minus 2.5%, and we could see falls in more than $400 million of the income into the country. We estimate that there could be an increase between the situation could be further exacerbated thanks to a slowing of foreign direct investment into the country and a fall in exports from Tajikistan. They are focused on cotton and aluminium. The fall in financial flows could also have an impact on our national currency and could lead to a reduction in our currency reserves. According to estimates, these external economic factors could have a significant economic cost for Tajikistan. The government has approved a plan to prevent the risks to the national economy. This plan provides for measures at a macroeconomic level to sanitize the banking sector, use existing national resources, comply with social responses, particularly to provide targeted aid to the poorest in our societies. These measures, which go hand in hand with measures aimed at strengthening our social systems, require additional measures coming from the national budget. According to our estimates, in order to ensure macroeconomic and social stability and to support various economic sectors in the country, we will need to provide additional funds standing at around $600 million. In the current situation, respecting our debt service obligations is an additional burden for our national budget. In 2020, our external debt service would cost our country more than $200 million. In this regard, today, we believe that it's particularly important to discuss the restructuring of the external debt of developing countries. The measures taken should not lead to a growth in the debt burden, and this would be one of the main obstacles to the financing of development. We should also be looking at stepping up official development assistance. In conclusion, I wish to underscore that ensuring sustainable development in the era of COVID-19 is an unprecedented and complex issue, and in order to do so, we need to work together and renew our commitment to development. The Tajikistan government expresses its full gratitude to various other countries, the UN bodies and development partners that have provided financial and technical support and which have stated that they stand ready to provide low and middle income countries, including Tajikistan. Thank you.
We thank the Prime Minister for his video intervention. And now our last intervention is from His Excellency José Ulises Correa e Silva, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon. The pandemic of COVID-19 pandemic is the proof that when the world is less connected in terms of mobility and transactions, there are particularly disastrous effects for all countries. There is no lasting solution beyond the global and multilateral world. African countries are particularly exposed to the COVID-19 crisis. The sensitivity to a profound economic crisis is significantly heightened in countries in which the thresholds for survival are easily exceeded by widespread extreme poverty with humanitarian and migratory consequences. COVID-19 is a pandemic that is triggering immediate and intense economic and social crises. The stabilization and economic recovery requires exceptional mobilization of enormous resources that cannot be provided without increased solidarity among nations. This should be a solidarity on the base of collaboration and cooperation that could restart the global economy. And in order to do so, we need to rely on the economies of the richest countries and also of the less developed countries. We are facing an exceptional situation that requires exceptional responses that are intense and swift with regard to funding the recovery of our economies. This financing should not increase the external debt of least developed countries. Particular attention should be paid to small island developing states. They are very vulnerable to exogenous shocks. They have economies that are very open to the external world. They're very dependent on tourism, and they have made great progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Cabo Verde is a part of this group of countries, and we stand determined to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is an ambition shared by several countries. The world will only win out of this situation if a number of countries, if many countries, achieve these goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We have now heard the last speaker for the high-level response segment. I now invite Mr. Mahmoud Mohiuddin, the Special Envoy of the Secretary-General on financing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, to make an announcement of next steps. Mr. Mohiuddin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Holness, Secretary General Guterres, the honorable heads of state and heads of government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The journey that brought us here today in this extremely important event started when the pandemic was declared and when it became clear that the virus and many of the measures put forward to contain it would have significant economic and social implications. But the story didn't start there. To take a specific example, many developing countries' debt sustainability was at risk well before COVID-19. And international financial institutions were already talking about a possible fourth wave of defaults after the experiences of the previous three waves: the Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s, the Asian financial crisis in the 1990s, and the global financial crisis. Many crises related to debt during the last 4 decades. Improving debt sustainability beyond the present human crisis will require addressing underlying structural causes, as mentioned today by many of the speakers, and vulnerabilities emphasized by them as well, and creating the necessary linkages with investment to recover better with sustainability and inclusion. The efforts and short-term measures we are pursuing today need to be strongly linked to medium-term objectives and long-term goals. We need to make sure that the response to the crisis does not cause unintended consequences or plant new seeds for future crises. A comprehensive global response, as suggested by the United Nations Secretary General, needs to foster resilience, inclusive and green growth, and equality, particularly gender and intergenerational equality. With this event, ladies and gentlemen, a process is starting and the space to facilitate reaching ground and moving faster is open. The 6 areas identified are crucial to ensure enough fiscal space and support financing, public and private financing, to effective response and recovery. Global liquidity and financial stability, debt vulnerability, private sector creditors' engagement, external finance for inclusive growth, illicit financial flows, recovering better for sustainability. Starting next week, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a 3-phase process will commence with emphasis on knowledge sharing and exploring a menu of options for different solutions that could meet the needs, the conditions, and the political economy dynamics of different countries. This must be based on best practices and experiences that can expedite solutions everywhere. These discussion groups will be formed by member states, supported by the UN development system, and in partnership with the concerned international organizations, financial institutions, think tanks, thought leaders, and civil society. From these discussions will emanate solutions and actionable measures and policy proposals that will be shared and made available to all countries and participants at a special event at the ministerial level at the high-level political forum in July. Many measures would also have been implemented along the way. And in September, at a special event at the UN General Assembly, we will reflect on the implementation of such measures and find ways to remove bottlenecks and accelerate the pace. And finally, in December, the last month of this first year of the decade of action, we will benchmark our efforts against the deliverables of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We must remain guided by our common values and goals to minimize the suffering that this crisis can cause if no adequate action is taken on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for your comments. And I want to express my appreciation to all the participants for their amazing insights and contributions to the deliberations of the high-level event on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. We shall now hear closing remarks by the conveners of the high-level event. I have the honor to invite His Excellency Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, to deliver his closing remarks. Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to close this session. I want to thank everyone who stuck through. There were many, many, many speakers, all of them with lots to say. Un remercie particulièrement.
In particular, I want to thank some of them
on video, which is impressive this morning. Thank you all, everyone, for engaging in this most important discussion. I'm glad that we had a frank and honest discussion about the magnitude of the challenge before us. This is a necessary step, but I'm especially encouraged to have heard so many of you recognize this moment as also being an opportunity to build a better world, a world that addresses the challenges of the pandemic and that is concerned about the underlying sources of vulnerability, a world that is committed to equality and united in its ambition to take on the great issues of our time, like climate change. Many practical ideas were raised today, which should give us hope that together we will find creative and collective solutions. We must carry this sense of urgency and solidarity on the road ahead. The tremendous participation today and the ideas we have heard show how important it is that we have a truly global conversation about how to defeat this pandemic and rebuild in its wake, but also that we take concrete action to do just that. As the process continues at the United Nations and as further decisions are taken in appropriate international institutions, you can count on Canada to work with you to protect the health, safety, and livelihoods of people everywhere. The current crisis has only strengthened our belief in the need for stronger, more inclusive multilateralism. More than ever, we need to work together, learn from each other, and be there for one another, not only to emerge from this crisis, but to be better prepared for the next one. This is our chance to adapt our international institutions to meet these challenges and build more resilient but open international infrastructures that foster true collaboration between partners. Voilà pourquoi.
This is why in the next few months we're going to step up our efforts aimed at remedying the inequalities around the world, which leave so many people vulnerable to the crisis and threaten their health, their jobs, and their food security. We also need to work together at the international level and make sure that prosperity becomes an achievable goal for everyone. Canada is ready to do its part, and I hope that the dialogue that we had today will lead to real and concrete measures very quickly. Once again, thank you for being with us. It's a great pleasure not only to exchange views with representatives of member states, but also representatives of various international financial institutions such as the World Bank and representatives from the private sector. I also want to obviously thank the Secretary General Guterres as well as the Prime Minister of Jamaica for having participated in organizing this meeting. Thank you, friends. I know that we are united in our common ambition and common challenge of building a better world. Thank you.
The Prime Minister of Canada for his statement. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, to deliver his closing remarks, which will be done by video. So please play the videotape. Thank you.
I'm pleased with the spirit of determination exhibited today by global leaders and institutions. We have committed to rescuing our economies and societies from the devastating economic and human impacts of COVID-19 and to emerge as more resilient societies. What is abundantly clear from our exchanges is that the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered an unprecedented global development emergency. The magnitude of the shock from this pandemic has weakened our resilience and threatens to erode our hard-earned gains in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. As co-conveners, we are keen to support the important follow-up work that working groups will be undertaking in line with the key areas explored today: global liquidity and financial stability, debt vulnerability, private sector creditors' engagement, external finance for inclusive growth, illicit financial flows, and recovering better for sustainability. These groups will be comprised of member states supported by the UN Development System in partnership with relevant international organizations, financial institutions, think tanks, thought leaders, and civil society actors. I am encouraged that we have achieved what we have aspired to do at this global dialogue, which is to set in motion a process to identify concrete solutions to the various challenges presented by the COVID-19 crisis. We, the conveners, value the views and perspectives that were expressed today, which will inform the process of creating a global response to the most challenging crisis of our time. We call on all key actors in this process to take decisive action to ensure that all countries recover and emerge stronger and more resilient from this unprecedented crisis.
I thank the Prime Minister for his remarks, and now I have the distinct honor to give the floor to our Secretary General for him to deliver his closing remarks. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all heads of state and government, leaders of international organizations, and all participants in this high-level event. I am moved and inspired by your urgency and unity. As COVID-19 takes an unprecedented human toll, societies are in turmoil and economies are in free fall. While developed countries are moving to keep families and businesses afloat, many developing countries are risking catastrophe. We need a decisive multilateral effort to support them. And I'm encouraged that we'll work together in 6 critical areas, as it was referred. First, finding ways to enhance global liquidity so that developing countries have the resources they need to fight the pandemic. Second, preventing debt crises in all countries at risk, including middle-income countries. Such crises risk undermining both the COVID-19 response and sustainable development for years to come. Third, engaging with private creditors on joint debt relief efforts. Fourth, aligning global financial systems with the Sustainable Development Goals. Fifth, ending illicit financial flows. And sixth, rebuilding differently and better. Excellencies, this pandemic has revealed our global fragility. But fragility extends far beyond health systems. It affects all our global institutions and multilateral efforts. We see it in our failed response until now to the climate crisis. We see it in the weakness of the nuclear non-proliferation regime and the lawlessness of cyberspace. The challenges of the response to the devastation of COVID-19 must be a final warning. It is time for a new humility in the face of existential threats. In the recovery from COVID-19, we need visionary leadership based on unity and solidarity. Returning to the old discredited frameworks and systems that created this fragility is out of question. We must build back better. Economies must serve people. They must strengthen social bonds. They must be founded on sustainability and inclusivity. They must reduce inequality in all its forms, including gender inequality, and they must provide opportunities for everyone. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement on climate change will guide us through these turbulent times. Excellencies, the entire United Nations system is mobilized in support of governments around the world for response and recovery. Acting together, we can generate change that will save lives and livelihoods devastated by COVID-19. I want particularly to thank the Prime Ministers of Canada and Jamaica, and the international organizations, partners, and all those across the United Nations system. We have worked together preparing this event to make today a success. The pandemic is a human tragedy, but it is also an opportunity to come together and join our efforts for global survival, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
I want to thank the Secretary General for his remarks. And just to let you know that in about 15 minutes, the co-conveners will hold a press briefing, which you can follow on unwebtv.un.org. And I now declare closed the high-level event on financing for development in the area of COVID-19 and beyond. And thank you all for your participation.